yeah, it gets so deep. Little you, yeah, they want their peace. But between paradise and poverty, they search and search for the remedy. But what they see is life's true beauty, hid behind walls of lies and cruelty. So just cast aside all your doubts inside. Don't hide your light. Oh my, oh, don't cry. Powers by your side. Pickle you, yeah, they want their peace. Oh my, oh, don't cry. Powers by your side. Half of them lie, they won't even try. The sun has gone down on them, they gave up on life. They constantly say things to demean, try to take shots at your dignity, but your light's 1,000 degrees. Bring it down, bringing it down, bringing it down, yeah. Search for a sign, for what you know inside. It's light, it's right. Oh my, oh, don't cry. Baba's by your side. Oh my, oh, don't cry. Baba's by your side. Yeah. Oh my youth, don't cry. Oh my youth, don't cry. Baba's by your side. Oh my youth, don't cry. Oh my youth, don't cry. Baba's by your side. The girls don't cry. Won't you dry your eyes? I see you. The girls don't cry. I see you. Everything's gonna won't you try? Oh, it's just like nobody. It's just a life we live. Mic is on. Welcome, everyone. Greetings, greetings. So, of course, I am Chief Yuya, and you are tuned into our bill. Thank you for the one, Sister Yafe. I see it. Thank you for the bill. Thank you for coming into the bill that we do every 6th day or 6th evening, going into 7th day, really. And, of course, last Sabbath or last 7th day, I did a presentation and shared just a little bit of information about the origins of the days of the strong, or the week, as you may call it, that we currently use. So I will that maybe in the past 7 days, maybe since that broadcast, that you were able to maybe experiment with trying some different terminology. But nonetheless, I'm the Chief Jegna of the Anu Nation, and head and coordinator and just servant of the Anu Life Global Ministries. And every 6th day, of course, we get together and we do a bill. And this is what you're tuned into. And for those of you who are coming in a bit later, this is what you're watching right now and what you're tuned into right now. And maybe you're even binge watching. I know I get a lot of people who tell me that they just like to binge watch. That's why recently on the Chief Yuya channel, I put up pretty much, yeah, it's the entire series of the science and the construction of the divine family. It was about 18 hours, somewhere around there. So it was like 18 hours straight. It's an 18-hour video that's on YouTube. And that's on my channel, though, the Chief Yuya channel. And you can check that out for those of you who like to indulge and just binge, or sometimes people tell me they like to, like, as they winding their night down, they like to listen to some of these segments and stuff, and it kind of helps to get them into the right mind frame. So you have that. You have 18 hours that you can play. All right. So as always, when we come together on these bills, the goal is to share something of value and something nutritious for each other. And I usually start it off just by sharing some of the things that maybe I have been reflecting on within my inner temple, since the last time we spoke, or maybe different questions that have come up and things like that, and there's a couple of things that kind of came up. This strong has been very, very eventful. It's been very eventful. Um, and I'm looking forward to our retreat next strong on the 4th. During the retreats, I tend to do a lot of work because, I'm running like workshops and things like that. And then, of course, there's people who maybe are meeting me for the first time or don't normally get to be around me as much. So they use that time to, like, ask questions that maybe they feel are conveyed in a way that's more organic in person. But I do find my times to retreat. There'll be certain times like, where's Chief? Where's Chief? And I'm out. I'll go up in the woods and go disappear. Usually I try to do it around when everybody's eating. I'll just go disappear. So I'm really looking forward to being at Harriman Park and just kind of, getting into a different sort of vibe, a more overwhelming vibe. No matter what you bring into nature, it always overwhelms you with its silence. And if you try to bring your calamity into it, Tiamat will always put a stop to it, But yeah, one of two things that kind of came up this strong, some conversations I was having with some young warriors around, like, their responsibility, especially in terms of, like, some of them were expressing gratitude as to, like, towards me, as for, like, what I've done and some help that I've given and things like that. And I was making it very, very, very clear, like, do not get comfortable. you know, um, Most of the elders that I looked up to when I was moving through the different stages and schools of consciousness, most of them have since transitioned. And with the exception of Dr. Ben, none of them were particularly old. Dr. Ben was in his 90s, but, none of them were particularly old when they transitioned. So this life of a priest, of a divine teacher, a true priest, and a true teacher, a true instructor, a true educator, a true Jegna is for the fast and furious. Just to be clear, it's for the fast and furious. You may not go that long. Your light burns very hot, and lights that burn very hot tend to burn out a little faster than others that burn slower and with lower temperatures. So I was just kind of sharing with them, like, yeah, man, like, be ready to receive that baton when it's passed to you, because it may be sooner than you realize. I know for me, it definitely was. When I got to the point where people started calling me elder, I was like 30, so I'm like, elder, I feel like I'm barely an adult. I just kind of made it to that spot where I'm an adult, so, but it comes very fast because of the nature of our culture and because of the volatile nature of our social, arrangement of our people. So one of the things I had shared with the brothers is I said, your duty every day is to go out and to make one less fool in the world, and if you can put that into your mindset, then you'll be better poised and positioned to receive that baton when it's time for you to become that teaching elder, when it's time for you to become that elder Asafo and that elder Jegna. You'll recognize like, yo, I have transformed 15, 20, 30 fools, into wise people. So if you can wake up every day and say, okay, I'm going to make one less fool. And it could be from the simplest things, it could be from the clothes you wear that day. It could be from the language you use that day. It could be from a piece of jewelry that you're wearing that day, or a kind act that you do that day that may shift someone's vibration up, a little bit, and maybe teach them something. Sometimes just the way you greet someone, the fact that you might greet someone maybe in a place that most people wouldn't. I'll give you an example. It happened to me today. In fact, I always tend to greet people, in particular older people, when I'm walking down the street. But I tend to even if it's a good afternoon, good evening, it's just a normal thing for me. Today, so I was walking, and there was a sister who stepped out in like a two-piece turquoise tight set, I guess. To me, it's underwear. And as I was walking, she was actually really voluptuous too. She had a child with her. And I'm walking and I'm looking at her from like a distance, like she was to my right. And I'm not looking at her lustfully, but I'm looking at her like what were you, what, not in a disparaging way, but what does a person think? My mind starts going places. Like, what does a person think when they put on something like that? Like, is a woman saying, I'm gonna go outside and I want everyone to look at me, or I'm going outside, I want to wear this, but I know everybody's gonna look at me, but I'm gonna wear it. I'm just running these different scenarios in my head. And I was looking to the right in her direction. And as I was looking, another woman was coming my direction from the left. And I'm just kind of looking over, like walking and doing my whole, I do a lot of mentation. I'm constantly like, you know, working out formulas and calculations. So I'm like, she got up today, she put that on, she did that, and the woman walking to my left, very clearly and loudly said, good afternoon, as she was walking by me. And I quickly turned to her and I put my hands up like this. And I said, oh, good afternoon, you know, and I tend to do that sometimes when I greet people, just, this is the Ma'atic. This is the Ma'atic pose. So if you ever see me do that, sometimes it's because somebody's energy is off too. And I used to teach my students to do that, when people were bugging out, just restoring balance. I'm restoring my, so I just kind of say, hey, good afternoon, good afternoon. Also it's a defensive pose, but it's really, just to let you see my hands, and, but what happened is that it caught me because I said, you see, you're over there sort of looking at someone, and yes, you're doing this mentation, but a part of you is also kind of like, what are you wearing? Part of me was doing a little bit of that too. And someone had to pull me back into a more humane and graceful sort of exchange. And she just kept walking. She was it wasn't like a stopper. I didn't even know her, but she did what I normally do. And I got reminded in that moment, like, yeah, man, don't worry about judging people. Don't worry about judging that person over there dressed half naked. You missed an opportunity to express connection with someone who was walking down the street. I mean, I still say good afternoon, but it was like, she was like by right, like just passing by me by that point, like, around my back. So I wasn't even able to do like an eye to eye sort of thing. But, that's something, that when we talk about going out and creating sort of this intelligent aura. Sometimes it's just in simple things like that. In that moment, I was enlightened to something that I needed to be reminded of. Stay on the path. That turquoise individual, well, person wearing the turquoise, that was just a distraction. Stay on the path, and your path is to shed light and to awaken. So, I was telling the young warriors, like, yo, every day you go out, man, make sure you make one less fool in the world. And as long as you moving in truth, man, bump the rest doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter. Nothing matters. And one of the young men, he knows me from the boxing gym where I coach at. So he was kind of like, yeah, coach, but you can move like that. Like, basically you can talk like that because, you got hands. And I was like, listen, this is where you got to understand the pass off. These hands ain't what they used to be. Like, it's one thing if we're in the gym and I'm showing you techniques and things like that, but it's another thing if there's an actual situation. One of you young cats who I train, would probably be the ones I'd be looking to maybe to protect me, because your warrior stance is always going to transform and change, so it's not about pushing truth with force. You don't have to. Truth is a living thing. And truth is in your life if you live it in your life, because truth is light. Like when we say this in like the fight world, like, yo, lights out, if you knock somebody out, like, yo, yeah, you put his lights out, right? But that's also a saying that we say as it refers to life. We might see somebody punch this clock or whatever, but when the lights go out, we recognize that, as an analogy for death. So as long as a person is filled with light, they are alive. And sometimes you can have people who are so very mistaken. It's sad because they're dead, but they think they're alive. It's like a ghost. A ghost, sometimes they get stuck. They get stuck into the world of humans, and they're walking around because they're disembodied spirits. And they're dead, but they think they're alive. Well, you have people who are walking around like that because they have no light inside of them. They have no truth. So they're walking around and like, oh, I'm alive with everybody else, but they don't realize the truth is the life. That's why Yahweh Shai HaMashiach said, I am the truth, the way, and the life. No man coming to the Father but by me, right? Truth, the way, and the life. So you having that inside of you, or pushing that inside of you and pushing that outwards, projecting it outwards always, you don't have to be brolic. You don't have to know how to kick and punch, and you don't have to know any of that, because it's a spiral that true truth seekers will always seek out. It's something similar to what I say often, like when people, they seek to escape. They try to escape sometimes the judgment, the correction, the accountability, big one, the accountability that we demand in our Anu community. There's people who they'll escape it. But people always say this to me, like, especially members, they're like, people always come back around you. I said, yeah, they may not want to join Anu again because it's too much for them, but they want to they'll come back around me. I'm hardly ever not cool with anybody who is never like, it's a blow, I'm out of it. It's never like that. It's always like, okay, this part of my journey has ended, right? You couldn't hack it. There was something that you were supposed to do that you just couldn't bring yourself to doing because you weren't obedient. And sometimes it's something as simple as like, you need to apologize to someone. You did something to someone, you admitted that you did it, but you're admitting it behind closed doors, and you need to go speak to them. And a lot of times that's when people resign. Like, no, this isn't for me, right? But the thing is like, truth is a moving spiral. It's fire. Right? Truth is fire. If you can see truth is fire, it's the son of man. And the sun is plasma. And if you understand about plasma does have a distinct movement. And the movement of plasma is a spiral, right? So it's like, I did a segment years ago, Stairway to Heaven. And I think I played OJ Stairway to Heaven in like brought my message in and out as the song was going, I think, or I might have just played at the end. I don't know. I feel like I did that with a couple of segments back in the days, because I used to just like to pull out a record, literally a record, because there's some podcasts, if they're still up, because some of them got like strikes on them because I was playing the records while I was speaking. But that's how usually I would do it, just play a record, and as I'm zoning, I'm flowing. And that used to be your Thunderground Thursdays and your Foundational Fridays, right? But that Stairway to Heaven is actually, or Jacob's Ladder, Jacob's Ladder. Yes, it's a reference to the DNA double helix, but it's also a reference to truth that moves as a spiral throughout the universe. Now, the reality is, if you are moving and living in truth, even if people extract or try to escape from you, they're always going to come back to you, because if they're truly truth seekers, they're going to come back to the truth. The ones who, if you are living truth and if you are speaking truth, the ones who do not come back are the ones who are not looking for the truth. The thing is, eventually, all roads, if you are a truth seeker, all roads lead to the truth. That's kind of how that works. So if you're seeking truth, and even if you're like, okay, this was too much for me, or whatever, and you escape, see, the words say, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Right? So the truth itself is a liberator to freedom. It doesn't say the truth shall allow you to escape. You know what I mean? It doesn't say, because make you free, we have to look at what would that imply? It implies that someone's a slave. Someone's in bondage. Someone's in slavery. So if I know the truth, knowing it, like how Adam knew Eve. So it's an intimate intercourse with the truth. It's an integrated, experience with the truth. I will be made free by the truth, right? And that truth itself is the light that keeps me alive. You see, that's what life is. Life is truth. So if you're not living truth, you're walking dead. So that's to say, sometimes you have people out here, they're really ghosts. It's like the movie Sixth Sense. The whole time he thought he was alive, but he was dead. Yeah, movies like that all the time, where you don't realize the person was a ghost at the end of the movie, stuff like that. That's a person who's full of lies. They have no truth in them. They're walking dead. They're zombies, right? But if you're walking with the truth in you, that's the only life there actually is. And because it's a fiery spiral, there is no death as long as you live in the truth. You see? There is no separation from truth as long as you walk in truth. So like I said, what I told the Warriors, I was like, yo, make one less fool every day. And I was like, yo, you just got to live truth. You have to live truth. That's the principle. And I know it's like, well, how do I know what the truth is? Right. That often is like a question. And peace to everyone in the chat. Thank you, Sister Maria. I see she put in the I can't see it on there too well. I always got to look it up over here. I see that she put the what's his face, the link for that Stairway to Heaven segment in there. So I definitely appreciate that. The thing is, a lot of times when you have been indoctrinated with someone else's religion and someone else's culture and someone else's way of being, it becomes very difficult for you to not want to rely on something else. Religion becomes rely on jinn. It doesn't become the religion where it's taking you to the religare, which means to reread. You're not rereading anything, but you're relying on jinn. And what is jinn? Jinn are, sometimes they're tricksters, but they're entities that live in an invisible dimension next to you. But you're relying on something that you shouldn't, based on your misconception of religion. Peace, Aki Zach. What's happening?
Captain. Peace to the chief.
All right. We flowing.
You talking about that Al Noor, ain't you?
I'm talking about that Al Noor, brother.
I knew it.
Always.
That's that light upon light. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. I don't care what y'all talking about. I'm preaching out the survival scrolls, brother.
But it also made me think there was even in that show, there was something that you spoke about how, you know, moths and being attracted to, they want the light, but it's not the actual light.
Right.
And they're attracted to bug zappers. And it's just like, I started thinking about the memes that people are attracted to, where it's like information, I think, and it suits what they're going through at that particular time. What I've been looking at, and I've been noticing a lot of, is just men and women just going at each other. It's like they from the popping of the balloon to I saw something where this lady was like, women have to do it because men are not stepping up to take care of families, so I have to balance the budget. I got to do this. And then people sharing all of these videos of the men, you know, so now I have to be in more of a masculine. And then there was another person who started talking about how more women are graduating with masters, more women are moving overseas. And it's like, I don't know. I was just looking at, and a piece of that, I'm thinking, are guys scared to actually, is this something that was from, I'm thinking of the Willie Lynch, as far as putting that women, you know, in the front and then letting them lead. Like, can one point to that? Or can one point to and say, you know what, this is a particular moment where dudes are not just stepping up and they are afraid, or maybe there is, or is it just by design where it is? I'm going to make sure that more of them are graduating, more of them are moving, more of them are handling these things, as opposed to having a man step up and lead. Because even when I'm going to say this, and
no,
like,
go ahead, brother.
I see a lot of guys as well who they'll post and say how they're lonely. There's nobody that they can talk to. You know, they feel like you've said a million times, that brotherhood deprivation. But then I'm like, but there's places that you can, and these are people that I'm friends with. And I'm like, I have told you many times that you can either get on right here, or, you know, or you've seen something where you can go, but you're choosing not to do it. I don't know if that's like trauma or something. Is that like something that's registered in, like it's like a lone wolf mentality that I have to figure it out myself. And then sharing the video of the Shaq thing where everybody's like, you know, you can't open up to a woman, because if you do, then it's the end of the relationship. And I'm like, is this by design? Is the onus is on the Matrix, or is that on the men who are just not stepping up to be men at this particular junction? And being attracted to not the light, but I mean the information that is actually going to raise one up and have one stand perpendicular to their square, but just enough to just come back and argue with somebody and fight with somebody about whose fault it is of why the situation is the situation.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's very similar to like when you look at consciousness, and you always hear me say, like, first find out why a person showed up. Like, why are you here? What made you want to start teaching, or what was your journey? And because a lot of times when you're hearing some of these statements, which become memes on social media, sometimes we're looking at them in isolation, as if they are so pure and honest that they can be looked at that way. This whole idea of, this is a myth that came out some years ago about Black women being the most educated. That is not actually accurate. There was a study done in 2022, I think, and it showed that as far as like being awarded for bachelors, Black women were awarded, you know, out of, you know, all of the races, they accounted for 14.6%, and Black men were like 12.2%. So they're not like ridiculously outpacing us. And what that is, and we're just talking about bachelor's degrees. Of course, masters say something different. But what accounted for a lot of that was two things. One, a lot of Black men they don't complete at the same rate that women do. And it's because a lot of them will branch off and go into trade school, whereas women don't. Because typically women will go into they'll go into higher education for a white collar job, whereas many men are very comfortable with learning plumbing and carpentry and electrical work and making their six figures that way. So that's a myth, and then we have to get into, well, let's talk about who carries more debt. We've had studies about that. That the average Black woman you speak to who has gone to school will tell you about student loan debts. Mm-hmm. Whereas some men say, hey, I would like to avoid that. I'm going to do this a different sort of way. So when you hear things like that, I mean, statistics are not difficult to research on your own to get the raw data. And once you find out that someone is being intellectually dishonest and is spinning or distorting a statistic, then you have to ask yourself why. What is your actual purpose for doing this? Are you just trying to make it seem as though men are ignorant and useless? Is that your goal there? Or are you just misinformed yourself? I know it was this was probably like maybe 8, maybe a little longer years ago, where it spoke about the average asset value or net worth between Black men and Black women. And I think for Black men, it was somewhere around like 30,000. And for Black men, and for Black women, it was like, I hate to say the number, it was somewhere like $4,000 or $5,000. So you may have someone who's highly educated, but highly in debt, and their debt is wiping out their actual net worth. So it leads one to sort of question, like, the value of good decision making. Some women will go a certain route because they don't know anything else. Either I'm going to go into the military, or I'm going to go this route. But either way, either side comes with its own penalty and debt to pay. Mm-hmm. But some men, I think their cognitive process may cause them to think a little bit differently and say, I could go that route, but I can also work other options. So I don't have to pay that debt. Maybe I'm perfectly cool with learning metalworking and making $85,000, $90,000 a year and on up. I'm fine with that. Nowadays you can go on Indeed.com and Glassdoor and ZipRecruiter. You'll see plenty of work offerings for people at master's level with master level degrees, and they're offering $25, $30 an hour. And someone could say, well, heck, I can go work in a factory and make $25 an hour. And some men might say, I would rather do that, or I'd rather go drive trucks or deliver heavy machinery. I have a friend who's doing that now. He's delivering heavy machinery. So he's going to clear probably about 160,000 this year. Just delivering machinery, babe. That's it. He takes trucks from one place and delivers them to a yard at another place, right? And he has no degree, but would maybe a woman see that as an option? Would she even know that sort of field exists? Would she be any good at it? So I think there's so many other things to that sort of scenario that we don't get into beyond just, oh, men aren't stepping up. I think men are stepping up every day, and unfortunately it's not counted, especially like when you look at those Pop the Balloon shows, like you were mentioning. Depending on how a man delivers, it's like, if a man says, well, I make 60,000 a year, 70,000, I've seen women pop. No. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? I need six figures and up. I need at least, like, do you even know what $100,000 is after taxes? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of like what I used to have to tell my sons, like, never buy a car for a woman. Now, if you want to buy a car because you want some flash, and that's a part of your uniform. There was a time when I used to buy certain cars. It was part of my uniform, but I work on cars. I've rebuilt engines. I work on cars. One thing I know, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the women listening, because I know some awesome women, well, I know two really good, female mechanics, but the average woman doesn't know a damn thing about a car. So I could pull up in a Hyundai Sonata and rip all the emblems off, and she wouldn't know if it's a Hyundai Sonata or a Mercedes E100 or E300. She wouldn't know. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I used to always tell my sons that, don't buy something for someone who can't even open up the hood and tell you where the fuse box is. That's just idiotic. I'm trying to impress this person who doesn't even know what the heck it is. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I think that a lot of times things are discounted. We never count the man as stepping up who says, you know what? I'm going to start a family. And I know for pretty much the day I die, 80% of my income, I'm not going to enjoy. You see, and I'm not going to get into this family and this marriage to make me happy.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I'm going to sacrifice my happiness to get into this family and marriage. That's what I'm going to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm never going to divorce because I'm not happy. I'm not going to do that. You see?
Ooh, you hitting on something now.
Right? So yeah. I won't divorce because I'm not happy. I've already sacrificed my happiness to be in this place. And I understand that is my duty. And I understand that the majority of my money is going to go into this. I'm not going to see, I'm not going to have money for leisure, for toys and things like that. It's going to go right into the family. And if we ever have a conversation about someone being a stay-at-home parent, I know it's not me.
Mm-hmm.
I know that conversation is not. There's only one person we're going to be talking about who's going to be a stay-at-home parent if that conversation ever comes up. So when they first meet me, they say, how much do you make? That's what they're thinking. They're already appraising me. Can I stay at home?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not asking that question because I know that's never an option for me.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a step up. Whether the guy makes, to me, whether he makes $50,000 a year or he makes $350,000 a year. If I'm making $50,000 a year and you're telling me that $40,000 out of my $50,000 is going to go into my family and I'm only going to have $10,000 left for myself, which is less than $1,000 a month, so I can have this family, I'd say that that's a huge step up. That's what I would say.
Mm-hmm. Is some of it, like you spoke about, of a man being appraised? Is this why he, or could point to some of why they don't pursue higher education, because they know that they have to provide, and this is something that is put on them, so I can either delay that by going to school, or I could go and learn like a trade so I can get it now?
Well, some men are not pursuing the bag.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're having fun in life. So the problem is, a lot of times is we're putting ourselves in comparison to women, but we're not women. It's like, one of the complaints you hear oftentimes is like, oh, he doesn't show emotion. Oh, when he's going through, he doesn't let me know. Yeah, because I'm not a woman. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to come home and tell you I had a bad day and cry on your lap while you rub the side of my beard. This ain't Queen and Slim. You know what I'm saying? I'm not doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not a woman. Mm-hmm. I'm going to move through life as a man would move through life. So a lot of times the comparison, even when we talk about education, it's just, it doesn't really make that much sense for a man. Some of us, I mean, come on, man. I told y'all the story about my Toyota Corolla that didn't have a reverse on it. My favorite car. I told you a story about my brother's Pontiac 6000. That old car. We love that car. Now, I've had let me not get exaggerated. I've had a lot of foreign exotic vehicles. I've never owned a Lamborghini, a Ferrari. I I did not own a Porsche. I almost bought one, but then I didn't. So that level of no, haven't owned BMW, Mercedes, Jaguar. I've had all of them, right? There's hardly any, and then everything underneath that, Mustang, Camaro, Tahoe, Yukon Denali. I mean, I could go on. I've had a lot of vehicles, right? My favorite was that hatchback orange Corolla that had no reverse on it, that I had the fur seats, the fur used to stick to you. You had to brush yourself off every time you got out the car. I love that car. You know what I'm saying? I was happy with that. Most of the other vehicles that I purchased were part of my uniform. Mm-hmm. You see? But I think oftentimes with men, we don't, just like little boys, we don't need that much to be happy. So we don't put a number like I gotta get 6 figures. We don't really usually do that when we're young. We usually want a pretty girl that we can hump on, you know, a car, and it just has to have a feature we like, whether it's a sunroof, whether it's a pickup, whether it's the stereo. Usually it's the radio. Like, yeah, as long as that joint knock and the AC works, what else could you want? You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't really ask for that much, but then when we start making the comparisons and we start viewing ourselves as women, then we start saying, well, I need approval from higher institutions of education to validate me. Mm-hmm. You see, I need to go into these buildings and get this paper so I can put it on my wall, and now I can be respected in the world. You know, and it's just really foolish. Honestly, I think a lot of us brothers, I know I grew up with the garbage man secret. You know, I grew up as a child, well, probably when I got around my teens, when we started talking about how much garbage men actually make. You know, because when you're a child, you're like, oh, he's garbage man. He don't make no money. You know, and then you find out, like, I had a good friend of mine. He was a garbage man for years. He worked for UPS, and then he left UPS, and he was like, yeah, man, well, overtime, I clear about 140. You know, I mean, $140,000 picking up cans. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, that's the untold secret. Garbage men make bread. You know, so but how many women want to jump on the back of a truck and fight rats? You know, at 5 a.m. in the dawning, fight a rat for a sandwich while you try to get the bag. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I think some of the comparisons don't really make any sense. And, you know, in that sense, I think men have to reassess their masculinity and reassess where their happiness truly lies, and stop comparing themselves with women, and stop caving into some of the nonsensical demands of women. You know, especially if you're a man who has structured his life and you understand something about finances, you understand. So I got a brother right now. I know he's got 3 wives, and he had 2 wives for years. He got about 5, 6 children. And we were talking the other day. He was like, man, I've never made more than $50,000 a year. You know, and his wives don't work. So, yeah. So now we said, well, how the hell did he do that? Well, he learned how to build things. He learned how to fix his own car. I remember I helped him fix his truck one time. You know, we had to do the water pump in his truck. I did most of the work, but he learned how to do it. But learn how to fix my own vehicles, man. We grow a little bit of food. One of his wives makes like all their soaps and stuff like that, and their toothpaste and all, you know. So there are skills. If you don't have skills, then you will become a slave. We go back to that, a slave to Babylon. If you have skills and you know the truth and how to work with the world and work with the earth and the truth of your masculinity, and you are with a woman who has the truth of her femininity, you'll be surprised how your understanding of creative finances will evolve.
Peace, Chief.
Peace, Elkra.
I really appreciate what you're talking about. Greetings, I can say, you know what I'm talking about already.
It's good, brother.
Already, bro. You know what I'm talking about? It's all good to see you. You know what I'm talking about?
Hey, man,
already,
I didn't know you wore them 4Ks, man.
Oh. That's my secret.
Okay.
You didn't see that.
You didn't see that.
Those my study shades. What you talking about? but you know, it's good because you say all this because you know, as a man, you know, you're sort of seen as always lacking so much. You know, you lack on a high, or you lack on this, and you lack on that, and it's like as you talk, that garbage man secret, you know, is real because you know, I was just talking, you know, with people that didn't know me or whatever, you know, while some people was always saying, you know, get your own operator and all that, and then I'm listening to these vets, you know, that were in truck, and it was like, don't do that stupid stuff. If you want to get into something, get into owning a garbage truck. You make way more money and you won't be in debt. He was like, boy, what person told me that? Was like, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. You know, I ain't about to own no truck. I'm about to, you know, fix up and whatnot. And I was like, yeah, we right now it's like education is important, but you get education and skills. Now it's like, you know, once you know, acquire, you know, resources or financial resources, it's like, at least in my mind, it's like, how can I attain more skills so I don't become that work slave or that workaholic, you know, and provide more stability, you know, for that family. Because one thing I never thought I heard him say, but he said it, you know, Dr. John Henry Clark said, you know, two African precepts, you know, that has always been around is duty and obligation. You know what I'm talking about? And for me, it's like that is key to a lot of things, you know. And as you talk about that, how a man is basically duty and obligated to his family, and he will sacrifice all of that, you know, doesn't mean he's happy. It doesn't mean you know, he couldn't be doing other things. It's like he sacrificed because he sees the bigger picture, you know, or he should sacrifice to see the bigger picture, because it's more to it than him or just one generation. It's five, you know, it's 5, 6, you know, you have to see way down the line, and we're not taught about that, or we, you know, we're taught that we come from lacking, or you only make $50,000, that ain't nothing, you know. And you know what was weird for me was, you know, my dad didn't graduate high school, and he didn't make more money than my mom, but yeah, he was the more stable one because he knew math and he knew finances better than she did, and she made way more money than him and worked them white collar jobs and had all that education, but he was never in debt. You know, he always tell, yo, get, you know, don't get no car with no dang on car note, because that's just another bill. Get you a used car. If you gotta fix it up, you gotta fix it up. It's all right. You may not keep it that long anyway, you know. But we're not taught that, you know, because like as you were saying about your dago, you know, car, I'm like, yeah, I love my dago saddle with the manual, you know what? I love that dago car. I felt like Speedy Racer. I did something. It brought me back to my childhood, because that's how my dad taught me how to drive when I was like a little kid. He taught me how to drive a stick in Spanish. He'd be like, uno, dos, tres. See, all right, now go. You know, so it always brought me back to a happiness, and it was like it was fun. It wasn't no big, you know, Monte Carlo, no colors, nothing like that. But it was mine. I paid for it. You know, I put the work in to get it, and I got up and go. I had to learn how to drive again, and that's another thing. It brought me back to having to learn with my dad again, and learn how to redrive, and then learning how to, you know, do things on the car that, yeah, women don't know how to do, you know. Yeah, you got, and if they don't pay attention to, they'll ride that thing until something bad happens. You know,
burn the clutch out, all kind of stuff, and they'll just say, my car's making a funny noise. It's kind of, you know, got a whole man on the bumper they done ran over, been dragging them for 3 days. You know.
Yeah. Peace,
Sister Scotty.
I just want to like jump in and share on the the piece where sometimes females like they be intimidated by like an intelligent man. So I just think about like how it's like maybe women don't know like how they're supposed to function beyond like someone that's like way beyond and smarter than them. It's like, how do I interact with a person like that? But it's like, but that's what it's supposed to be. Like your head or your man is supposed to be further ahead of you. So it's like, it's just interesting, like that we were not taught or don't know like how to function in a space that we're supposed to be in, as opposed to trying like, oh, he's smarter. Okay, well, let me try to pull what I know and try to talk on an intellectual level. And, so I just thought it was interesting what you all were speaking about. I just wanted to share that, throw that in the pot.
Yeah, no, that's an important piece because it lets you see who loves family. Some people don't love family. A family is supposed to help you spiral out of your darkness of ignorance. It's like Plato's cave theory. If you're looking at the shadows and understanding how they may represent the status quo of your lack of understanding, you're supposed to want to come out of that darkness, look beyond the shadows. So if you're with a man who's smarter than you, you should be excited. Like, we're going to have some smart babies. Like if you really love family, you'd be like, oh, I done snagged me one. It's like if I went and got with a sister who's 6'7", 6'7" and athletic. I ain't talking about just no Sasquatch, but 6'7". Well, Sasquatch kind of diesel too, though. So let me. Bigfoot. You see that episode of Incredible Hulk when Bigfoot fought? That was back in the day. But Incredible Hulk fought Bigfoot. But yeah, if I'm with a woman who's 6'7" and she's athletic, I'm not intimidated. I'm excited. We about to make some giants. We about to make some Nephilim. So that's nothing for me to be intimidated. Even now, when I'm with women who have certain things, there's an excitement for me. Like, okay, we can make some children and have some of that, or that might have that perspective, or whatever it is that makes a person a giant. It might not even be something in terms of intellectualism or physicality. She may have an awesome family. Say she has an awesome, righteous family. So I think when you see situations like that, you're being shown that this person doesn't love family, doesn't want family. If you meet a man and he's brilliant and he's genius, I would think you'd say, well, we need more of that. Let me make some more of that. As opposed to wanting to, I guess, be the man, be in competition and be the man. That's sort of sick.
That kind of makes me go back to the movie, because I went and watched the beginning of it, Donnie Darko.
Okay.
And the piece of Fear and Love, and it made me think about. I remember when I was first listening to Chief Speaks, and there was a fear that he'd always say, call in and let's build. However, because I would hear you flowing for like an hour, I'm like, this brother's smart. Right? I don't want to get on there and say something stupid. Like, I don't want to get on there, because now if I say something stupid, even though I don't know anybody personally that'll be like, oh yeah, I could speak to after that. I think it was just like a fear of maybe not being on the same level. Even though I'm not even taking into account everything that you have done to be on that level, the only thing that I was processing was, this is going to make me sound foolish. So instead of me trying to sound foolish, either I'm going to try to say something that is at least smart, or at least, and I got one bullet, like my man when he was shooting, they'd be like, da-da-da-da-da-da, and then he pop. Quick. Stop shooting. What is it? I know you know Akio Crow.
It's all night. I got to y'all quick. You kill my brother quick.
That was Arsenio Hall.
Right.
Don't shoot that no more.
Stop shooting at your head, son.
One bullet in this chamber. But the piece of it is like, can you submit yourself to the moment? And in that moment, you know what? Even if I got this one bullet, I'm going to shoot this one bullet. But I know that if I come with a basket, I'm going to receive a whole lot more if I just open myself up to that experience in that moment. As opposed to going in with ego and trying to hold on to at least an identity that I thought I had or what that was created. And I think that goes back to even some of that brotherhood deprivation of, and like you were speaking of earlier, that yeah, it may come to that moment where it's like you don't get along with Akio Karar. Well, guess what? You said something that you shouldn't have said to him. Why don't you go apologize to him? Right? Oh no, it can't possibly be me. Like I can't possibly be the problem. I didn't come here for all of that. I came here because I wanted to know about so and so. And I think that's just flowing off of just going to, even like if a woman meets a man, everybody feels like now they got to be equals. We gotta bring the same thing. You coming in smart, I'm gonna come in smart. You coming in make money, I'm coming in make money. And it's like I remember having you said 15 million times, to make means to match. We gotta, if I'm gonna match in a relationship, or if I'm gonna match in a community, I can't come in and be like, I know just as much as you do. No, like it's okay. There's a match here, but it's a matter of there's gonna be a teacher, there's gonna be a student. And I know you said 15 million times that I was your best student. And that
You thought I wasn't paying attention. Or he's testing me. Okay. He's like, because he's like, yeah, he's on the road with all that nodding his head. Yeah, hold on, wait, what's your that come again now? What you say? What you say, brother? Come again? Ha!
I was talking about, that car that you had to reverse backwards with your foot. That was one of the best cars that you ever.
It sure was, man.
But it's a matter of, though, like, can one submit themselves to the moment that would ultimately empower them to get them to where they want to be? I even, when I listen to some of your old shows, when somebody would call in, and I could be totally wrong on this, but it's like the shows that you do are based off the moment when somebody's like, okay, this is what they're gonna need. I can build on this for like an hour coming in. So if you go back and listen to it, this is everything that maybe a group of folks are dealing with, but it's not something that it's like, oh yeah, these are shows that I'm just gonna redo or rehash or come out. No, these are something that you can hear problems right in that moment, and then 12 hours later, I'm gonna talk about it and break it down for you so that you can grow. But it's a matter of, though, do you want to actually go through, like we were speaking about the last time, of feel that pain of your ego that tells you that maybe you feel like you're beyond, or maybe you built yourself up into what you think you should be, but you're really not. But can you just say, you know what? I'm gonna push through that in order to grow, to get to where I want to be. And maybe some people don't. I don't, like you said, some people want to make 100K, and maybe some people just are okay with being where they're at. But I would think that some people would want, like you said, that divine light, as opposed to just being okay with receiving the bug zapper that it's light, but it's not really going to actually get one to stand up.
Yeah, I think it's again, it's sometimes it's the standards of what we think we should have or shouldn't that tend to confuse us. I think the most. Yeah, there's an idea of like how much I should want, how much I shouldn't want. But I think what people are missing out on, like you said, like it's the fullness not of what the moment asked for, but it's the fullness of what my season asked for. And so many people are not in tune with that. Like we all are going, like, we have three men and one woman on this live who are on the screen. Mm-hmm. And we are traveling, for us men, from the archetypes of the boy and then the archetype to the man. And these are archetypes that are full of different gifts. And sometimes, you know, we talk about our childhood and we reminisce in a way with like fondness, like, oh man, I remember we used to do this and we used to do that and whoop-de-whoop-de-woo. And sometimes we reminisce in such a strong sort of way because we never really fully fulfilled that archetype. You know, so it's like we still may even daydream, man, if I could go back in time, I would have did this, or I would have said this, or I would have got with this sister, or got with this brother, or I would have, you know, me and Zach might have been like, man, we would have grown our dreads when our locks when we was in 5th grade. You know, we just had long hair as long as we could. You know what I'm saying? We'd have never got no haircuts. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I could just go back in time. But that's the thing, is because some people haven't fully owned the archetype of their season. So like the archetype, like when you say, man, this brother's flowing and I would love to jump in, I don't want to say anything stupid, but that's because a lot of times there's a dissonance between the archetype of the man and the archetype of the boy, right? So the boy understands playfulness, the boy understands openness, you know, and the man sometimes is unable to access the healthy parts of the boy ego. You know, there's a line that hasn't fully been crossed, and it kind of caught between the boy and the man. And that's what sometimes you'll see grown men or grown women act in a way that you're like, what are you, a kid? You know, and maybe not in a good way, because they haven't fully recognized and honored that archetype when they had it. Mm-hmm. You see, like, I honor my archetype now. I cannot get away with the things that I got away with when I was much younger. It's not cute at this age. Or sometimes when y'all be like, man, Chief, you know a lot of stuff. Yeah, I'm old. Mm-hmm. You're supposed to know a lot of stuff when you get about something. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Even if it's not about all this stuff that I talk about, I should know a lot about something. I've been here for a minute. You know, so that's me understanding the archetype. You know, I get my archetype. You know, I went jogging with I always do, but I always let them know, like, when we jog, I jog more than y'all jog. Because, you know, my oldest, he was like complaining that I was like, first of all, you don't know what he's talking about, because he was saying that like I run too slow. So he was like, Baba, I could basically walk next to you. I was like, yo, first of all, because at the time he was like a buck. He wasn't even a $180. He made like a $175. If you're a $175 and I'm 280, then technically I'm practically doing everything you're doing time and a half. That's how I process it. So if we run a mile together, because he's like, Bob, let's do 6 miles. I said, no, we're going to do 2. A mile going and a mile back. But technically for me, that's like 4 miles. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? For you, that's just like 1 mile, because I'm 280 pounds. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So even if I'm running at, 11 miles or 10, like 9 to 10 miles an hour, I'm running like 20 miles an hour because I'm carrying 2 people. You see what I'm saying? So I'm out here booking. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if you can walk next to me or not. You know what I'm saying? That's how I see it. You see? So I'm recognizing, boy, my ankles don't feel like yours when you wake up. My ankles feel different. You know what I'm saying? I'm not out here to try to run with you and then can't do nothing for the rest of the strong. I got things to do. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, he'll run and then go play basketball. I'm not doing that. I gotta soak my feet after this. You know what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying. It's like, I love my archetype. I'm exploiting the fullness of my archetype. One of the fullness of my archetype, I remember one day I came downstairs, man, and my daughter had punched my son in the side of his head. You know, caught him with a nice straight bow. All my children are trained, you know. And I was like, hey, what are y'all doing? What's going on? And he had like hit like slapped her leg. And I was like, what are y'all doing? And he was like, Baba, she keeps calling me boy. And I said, I call you boy. And he was like, no, it's fine when Baba says it, but you can't say it.
Mm-hmm.
So they fighting because she was calling him boy, right? Because in my archetype, in the fullness of my archetype, I ain't got to remember your name. You see, because my archetype has other things to do.
Mm-hmm.
You see, but he's looking at her and saying, you're not that archetype yet. You're not a woman yet. You're still a girl, just like I'm still a boy. You see, so play your archetype role. You see, so that's the thing where a lot of people, they don't jump into the fray like they should, because they're not clear on what their archetype is supposed to be. Me and my son, we dance battle all the time, right? But he be doing that weirdo freaking stuff. I mean, I ain't doing all that. You know what I mean? All that. I be pop locking, right? But see, for me, my pop locking is better because this is a lot of movement. I'm like Heavy D jumping up and down. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's a lot of movement. You know what I'm saying? So I'm winning. But my archetype is Frederick Rerun Stubbs. His archetype is something Chris Brown or whatever. I can't move like that. I'm not doing that. Blowing my knee out. You see what I'm saying? So that's the thing. Like, you got to recognize your archetype. You see, and once you can recognize your archetype, man, and you're living your archetype in fullness, ego begins to dissipate. You know, you're comfortable. If you were the child, you're comfortable with your openness. You see, because you've now cultivated openness within you. So that child is still accessible when you need to pull from it. You see, but a lot of people don't have the accessibility you can't, it's like the Orisha. You can't pull from an Orisha if you're not freaking sane. The root of the word is Ori, head, consciousness. You can't select different consciousness if your primary consciousness is bonkers. If you're a freaking wackadoodle, then anything you do from there is going to be wackadoodly. You see?
Mm-hmm.
So if you have your balanced archetype and you understand, then you can jump in and out with no problem because you've centered on where you're supposed to be in your season. Some people are so disgruntled with where they are in their season that they can't jump in and out of other understandings or other consciousness to the point where they can be that humble because they're walking around disgruntled.
Now this goes back to kind of what you when you open and was kind of speaking on, you know, in that moment, you know, maybe changing a word for somebody, you would reach somebody in that moment to give them, you know, to spark a light almost in a sense, or to teach them something in that moment. And pulling from, and then I'm going back to Donnie Darko when he was with the science teacher and he was asking, and he was like, I can't answer that question. How do you find the balance of, because some people say, you know, there's that thing, unsolicited advice is bad advice. At the same time, you know, you might see somebody and you see them heading for destruction. And it's like, hold on, man, let me tell you, you're going in the wrong direction. But then some of it might be like the science teacher, I can't answer that. You're gonna have to figure this out. Like, how do you find the balance between the two?
You will never find the balance until you find that balance within yourself to know when you should even speak or not speak. How many people have access to divine child within? See, there are archetypes within us. Like, okay, we look at Carl Jung, like, you know, the Jungian philosophy. He postulated that there's an anima and an animus, right? And the anima is the feminine aspect that all people have in them, and the animus is the masculine. So essentially, inside of every man is a woman, and inside of every woman is a man. You know, just to make it very simple, right? So even following that stream of cognition, there is the divine child that exists within all. Now, I can recognize that there may be the anima within me, but I don't identify with the anima. I observe it. So when something occurs, there's times things happen. Maybe I want to be emotional. I want to fly up there. I may have some dark thoughts or whatever, but I will sit back and observe, oh, that's my feminine chaos. I'm not identifying with it, but I'm like, okay, watching it. I see you. I see what you're doing there. You know, and then I move with my primary archetype, recognizing what's also shouting from the inside. So it's the same thing with my divine child. My divine child at times is being creative and all these different things and coloring outside of the lines. I'm not identifying with that child, but I am observing it. So now if I'm able to do those things and to maintain that sort of introspection, when I see someone else, I will truly know if they are heading towards a necessary destruction or an unnecessary destruction, because I have learned to observe without necessarily identifying as a narcissist, you know, from a narcissistic perspective. That's all of that. Like, you know, you remind me of myself. And when I was your age, I did this too. And let me tell you how it worked out. Yeah, but can you observe for a second, you know, and really see if maybe this is necessary? Maybe this needs to happen. Maybe this person needs to spin out of control. It's a part of their journey. So maybe I need to start preparing the hot cocoa and the blankets and be ready with the emergency kit for when they come out of this, as opposed to seeking to prevent it, which is like what you asked earlier about when the science teacher in Donnie Darko was like, I can't have this conversation anymore. You have to go on the journey. Now, the science teacher, if he was a manipulated living, he knew he's going to die at the end of this, but he has to die. You see, that's a part of his journey, but you have to kind of get into the practice of observation. This is where meditation becomes such a beautiful thing, and learning some level of filtering and restraint. That's modesty. Like I have the anima within me. I have the woman within me. Sometimes stuff happens and a thought goes in my head, man, I just want to take a knife and just slice that person all in their face. I know that's the chaotic woman. And I'll observe her and be like, okay, you got the damn female Wolverine living inside of you. You know, it ain't no sweet woman. It ain't Claire Huxtable inside of you, you know. So it's Christian Rock or something. Like, you get that. All right, observe it. Don't identify with it, you know. But it's the same thing for my masculine archetype. I don't identify with him either. I observe him. And then from within the middle of those two things arises the God. You see. So the God knows how to observe. It's like the movie Avatar, where it's like Awa doesn't take sides. Awa is just concerned with balance and maintaining balance, right?
I wonder, like, for those who like have an identity crisis, like, is it because are they the persons that are not choosing, like, they don't know what role they're supposed to play? Like, they
lack humility. You know, it's like the scene in Roots when he holds Kunta up and then Kizzy gets held up. Behold, the only thing greater than yourself. So there's an acknowledgement in the very beginning, there is something greater than you. So that humility is already there at the onset, right? But if you're never humble enough to ask the universe, what am I in your eyes? You will never have peace. Identity, knowing your identity is having your peace. That is the peace that you stand on. If you don't know your identity, you're always going to have internal chaos. You're always going to have internal disorder. And that internal chaos, because it's internal, a lot of times you want to hide it. And that desire to hide it creates a bigger ego. So now you got to your identity crisis just grows and grows and grows because you were never humble enough to say, what am I to you? Because sometimes you're afraid to hear the answer. Or you're afraid to learn just how very insignificant you are. which is okay. You know, that's cool too. You know, I'm comforted by being insignificant because I've always been the person when I come in the room, it's like, oh, I want you to be the spokesperson. Put him in charge. You know, it happened to me the other day at a conference meeting, and we needed a spokesperson for something. They said, well, you y'all's good for that. You know, like y'all just met me like 10 minutes ago. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. So when I'm in the face of nature or a mountain, and the mountain is like, you peasant, I'm happy. You know, because I recognize that, yeah, what these humans put on me, that's a distraction. That ain't it. I'm really just a tiny speck of stardust. Cool. You know.
Along those same lines, going back to, I remember
should have unmuted.
You're right. It ain't my fault.
Yeah, exactly.
You keep
know what I mean? Yeah, get your timing right.
Some people have a damaged though inner child, right? Like going back to that attachment theory that you first started on with the
family series. Yeah.
Right. Like where does that come into play when one then starts putting back their own head? Because some of it might be them protecting, you know, from past childhood traumas, or at least they think they're protecting that child of, you know, I'm not going to let this happen again. Like some people might become very controlling because of some PTSD. So now in their thwarted sense, if I can control what's going on, then I can't get hurt by anything anymore. So now, even though I may show up to a retreat, my body's at the retreat, my head is in the toilet because, but in my sense, I feel like I'm protecting that child that maybe wasn't protected then. Because if I don't do it, ain't nobody going to do it.
Yes. Mm-hmm. No, I'm sorry, I'm listening.
No, I was just going to say, but it doesn't allow one to actually grow and submit themselves to that moment so they can actually get the healing that is needed, because now it's like, no, I don't want to. Like, how does one start to maneuver or even just to begin to address that?
Well, you know, the thing is, you can't address it until you distance yourself from it. That's always the issue. We all have an inner child. Mm-hmm. And for some of us, our inner child is a tyrant. You know, is what we call the high chair tyrant. You know, you ever have those babies in restaurants, they sitting in the high chair and they just flinging stuff. They really need to be playing baseball. Anything you put on a plate, they just throwing curveballs all across the restaurant, you know what I mean? And screaming at the same time, want to be picked up, want to be put down. Like, they're tyrants and they know it. They're sitting there with the spoon. They'll throw everything but that spoon, you know, because they know the spoon is like that plastic spoon is like their scepter. Like they're having flashbacks when they was on the throne in ancient, you know, Egypt or something. You know what I'm saying? So it's like some of us have inner children that are just like that. Mm-hmm. And what happens is that they're like, it cultivates this level of bipolarism, because what occurs is that it's like we see this inner child is very weak, so we become helicopter parents over this inner child. But then because we see this inner child is very weak and we become helicopter parents, we're very weak as a result. Mm-hmm. So we're seeking to protect something that we do not have the power to protect. So there's a cognitive dissonance within us at the same time. Mm-hmm. You see? So it creates this sort of bipolar reality where you want to protect this precious little divine child, but at the same time, this child is so great that it needs to be protected, but it can't protect itself. It's so great that it can't protect itself. It's like the bipolarism of our misconceptions of ancient Africa. We were the greatest, till we got enslaved. Well, how did make that work somehow? Where was all the laser beams and spaceships that we built? Dudes just coming over in wooden boats. Right. You know, make it make sense. And muskets. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, at some point you have to that's the bipolarism. At some point you have to distance yourself from the child. So let's say we used Africa as the example. Africa would be that inner child that at some point you have to distance yourself from your African identity and look. And then you can have an honest, truthful conversation about, well, all right, what the heck is this really? Mm-hmm. Because I can't expect to be perfect. My ancestors weren't perfect. What did we do? You know, where did this thing go off the rails? Mm-hmm. You know, so it's the same thing when in looking at that inner child, man. So a lot of times people have that trauma because they're helicopter parents to their inner child. Mm. They won't create any distance. So that inner child being so sheltered and being so smothered now becomes a tyrant. You see, mm-hmm. And it becomes hypersensitive. And we identify ourselves with our inner child, i.e., our early life trauma, our childhood trauma, which is just another word for the inner child that we haven't had the courage to distance ourselves from.
Mm. And one can't distance themselves because then they have these new age terms like gaslighting, which ultimately is like, you got to take a look at some of yourself and see where you had some of the issues along this. Like you said, looking at Africa and saying, yeah, there was some that sold others into slavery that looked like me. And being able to objectively look at that as opposed to, nah, that means that I had something to do with my downfall, and that can't possibly be the case.
Yo, hell, I mean, I could just go through it. Notorious B.I.G. Give me the loot. Give me the loot. I'm a bad boy. Give me the loot. Mm-hmm. I've been robbing mother ever since the slave ship with the same clip and the same 4.5 2-point blank. A mother effer sure to die. I could go from there. I could go to Jay-Z, the Evils. You know, we used to fight for building blocks. Now we fight for blocks with buildings that make a lot. Right? He's talking about hustle on the block. 50 Cent, Hustler's Ambition, where he details going to Maryland and different states selling drugs. Is that not enslaving your own people? Did we not make these people millionaires because they gave us the greatest poetry? This wasn't like the Watts Prophets, you know, cats like that, or Lightning Rod, or freaking even Pigmeat Markham. You know, cats who may have spoken about, hell, even Iceberg Slim, you know, cats who talked about ghetto life and but didn't explain it in a way where it was glorified, but talked about the hells of it. Even every Donald Goines book had a sad ending. Mm-hmm. So we love to glorify people who talk about enslaving us. So it's an issue of so we know that narrative. So if somebody says, well, back in the days, people who looked like us enslaved. Nah. We do it now, and we laugh about it. We party to it. What are you talking about? Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I think again, that's the maturing. That's going through your archetypes properly and maturing through your archetypes. You know, and that's where the lack is. We haven't matured enough to be able to have that conversation. We're still, that's why you have so many scammers out here making it happen. Because people are not mature enough to approach some of the things that scammers speak about from an intellectual perspective. Does this even make sense, what you're saying? Or you got cats who selling books on the streets in Harlem on 125 selling. You got dudes still selling DVDs on the street, you know, but you got cats selling books and they're talking about, yeah, you know, these things in these books, it talks about how certain people use these ancient sciences of our ancestors to run the world. Why you ain't got no store? Come on. You out here with gloves on freezing. Yeah, that'd be, well, those right there, those are two for 15. Yeah, you get two, but you know, I thought that one, you know, I mean, you out here freezing. You know what I'm saying? Why you didn't use these sciences and prove it, show and prove? And if you do want to show me how to use these sciences, why I got to pay you $500 for a PDF file? Come on, man. I know the game. I know these cats. You know what I'm saying? So they're able to get away with that because we refuse to mature. It's just that simple. We haven't addressed the art. We haven't gone through our archetypes because we live in a culture that promotes the perpetual child. You see?
Yeah, I would say that because you look at people and you see they got action figures,
Right.
and comic books. I mean, I got yeah, my comic books are stored away, but it's
I
like
know what you're
they
talking about.
literally have them. Like they're there, and there's so many. It's like I know you don't read them. You just got them just right there. All them dang on Funko Pops and the things, and you want to brag about that? It's like
Right.
what are you doing with them? Are you keeping them to sell them off later? Make some money off of but other than that, yeah, I would definitely say that this society keeps you as a perpetual child, because as you are still a perpetual child, you still have the need to consume and consume greatly, just like you did when you was a cow. You couldn't wait. You open up like you would say, Chief, open up J.C. Penney's or Sears, Sears and
Right.
Roebuck, and pick out what you was gonna get.
Right.
And even as you get older, you still like that. I'm gonna get this, Gucci flip flops, or or Louis Vuitton, or I'm gonna try to get that dang on S series or Maybach, and it's like you're missing the point. You don't want to graduate on to the next level. You still, stagnant into this perpetual state of child, like baby boy.
Right. You're right, man. Because the child psychology, children are know-it-alls and show-it-alls. You see, and some people never grow out of that. They know it all, show it all. So they have to constantly show off their intellectualism. Look what I could do. Look what I know. And look how I can count. And and it just goes on into adulthood. And then, of course, to show it all. Look at what I got. Look at me shining. See me shining, listening, and all that stuff like that. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's stuck in the child psychology for those folks.
You say it like that, it's like, wow. See that all the time.
You're looking at children. Grown folks don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Grown folk, look, man, I've always bought homes in very nice areas because I used to have a lust. I used to have a lust for suburban houses. It was like almost a sickness. I'd go into my like simplistic mindset, and I'd be like, you know what? I'm just gonna get me a simple like little shack and just and just live off the land. Then I go drive through some rich neighborhood. Ain't no reason they should be able to live here. I can't live. I get into that. Look at them pillars in the front of the house, and and the next thing you know, I'm sitting in the office doing a closing. But one thing I learned about living in some very prominent neighborhoods is that ain't nobody got no rims on their cars.
Mm-hmm.
It was no spinners, no nothing. The first time I saw a Maybach was in my neighborhood. Guy kept it in his he had the 6-car garage. He never took it out. It just stayed in the garage. I didn't know what the heck it was. I didn't know what, he's like, yeah, it's a Maybach. He's like, let me show it to you. And I'm like, all right, cool. Oh, this is nice. But I didn't know what it was until I heard rappers talking about Maybach. I was like, oh, okay, that's something. Because he didn't act like it was something. In fact, he drove a Volvo, I think it was the SC90. He loved that car. He's like, man, I love this car to death. And all the expensive cars he let his children drive, but he used to drive that Volvo every day. So the thing is, it's like, that's a grown man right there. When I lived among people who really had wealth, I met a lot of actual adults. But then when I go back into the hood where I am king, because in those neighborhoods I wasn't king, but I can go back down into the valley, drive down in the valley where I'm the king, and you see all the shininess. Everybody's showing, and everybody knows everything.
So cool.
Peace. I'm gonna try to slide in. Everybody is choppy on my end, so I'm gonna try to slide in and say something.
You're clear. We can hear you clear.
Okay. There was something that it crossed my mind when you were talking about being able to just appreciate like the archetype. I'm gonna say archetype season that you're in. And I thought about like just seeing a lot of times like parents, we'll say parents, they may dress their children up to be adults while they're still children. And they may push them to have certain responsibilities while they're still children. And, you know, I see a lot of children kind of walk around hurt by that, or just later on in the future, it's like you grew up too fast. You didn't get a chance to really appreciate being a child because you were pushed into, you know, this position to.
Yeah, I had a feeling she wasn't gonna last. I saw it. Yeah, I knew that connection was gonna hold up. But I'm gonna answer what she was saying. You know, I think that's sometimes tricky because when we say things like that, it's like, who are we to say what the growth, you know, the timeline should be for a person's child and their culture? You know, if you look at certain cultures, by the age 13, people are considered adults, and they have to take on responsibility of adults. Let's see if she can last. There we go.
But I'm
come with it. Come with it for cut off again.
I'm gonna say this quickly before my Wi-Fi just comes out again. But yeah, it was just a thought. It was me just pondering on you know, that image popped up in my head of just seeing children who were they were pushed to be adults before they were even adults. And I remember that, you know, a lot growing up because, you know, I had a lot of cousins who were, you know, they were made to dress like very provocative, very young, and even some who were pushed out to do certain things very young. And I just think about like, you know, like they never had that opportunity to even enjoy what it was like to just be a child. So, you know, just wondering like, you know, what that looks like once they become an adult and you never had the opportunity to even be a child. It could perpetuate that same, you know, behavior.
Yeah. So I'll say the same thing. We don't really know for another person's culture how long that experience of childhood should be or what should be included in it. You know, I know I've had people come over to my picnic blanket and notate that my children weren't eating junk food. And I was told like, well, that's a part of their childhood. Children love that stuff. So it was like, I kept them from something and that was supposed to be in their childhood based on someone else's standards. As opposed to how I looked at it is I'm making y'all mega children. You know, you never get sick. You're stronger. You look better than everybody. You're growing better. You're big and tall and strong, you know, because of the way I feed you and because of what I pour into you, you know. So I think first you have to like know someone's culture. Even when we say dressing provocatively is not necessarily mature. I mean, because provocative dress oftentimes might be naked dress. Only animals show their genitals and hind parts. So even when you see a grown person walking around naked with some tights on, whatever, they're dressed like a horse. That's what that is. You're an animal. You know what I mean? So that ain't got nothing to do with children or nothing. It's just you're a savage. you know what I'm saying?
What about the idea of like, and I think about this too, like there are moments as an adult, you may be, let's say like creating, right? You may be tapping into your creativity. And in those moments, it's like you're in a childlike space again, but you're an adult. So, you know, it's like, okay, does that mean we fluctuate between the archetypes? It's not necessarily,
you are supposed to fluctuate. Yes, you don't kill them. You are supposed to be able to fluctuate between the archetypes. That's exactly what it is. The child, you have in you, you have, as women, you have the little girl, you have the woman, you have the queen, you have the warrior. These are all phases that you go through, right? And the queen doesn't necessarily no longer need the woman anymore, nor does the warrior no longer need the girl. Because each of those archetypes and stages, we gain a strength and an intelligence that we pull from at needed times. You see, so that's the thing. Some people, they're stuck in an archetype. Some people have never achieved beyond their level. Many people are stuck in girl and boy psychology. Like I said, most of rap music is boy psychology. I know this. A knocker can't tell me nothing. You know, I got this. Look what I got is better than what you got. That's little boys talk like that. You know what I mean? Men don't even, we don't even, like, even the way they write movies, man. That's a lot of times when I watch certain movies, I could tell if the writer was a female or if the writer was a femme. Because anytime you see a movie and there's a scene and dudes are always playing basketball, they're always playing ball, and then after they playing ball and they toweling off and everybody's diesel, they always say like, "Hey man, I've been dating this sister, man. I really like her a lot." You know, and then the other brothers will say, "Man, what do you like about her, man? Is she fine? Is she fine?" We don't even talk like that. We do not talk like that. If Zach is dating a sister, Zach ain't gonna tell me nothing about that sister because there's something that's in the back of every man's mind. Don't be looking at my girl. You know what I'm saying? I don't care who you are. You'll be my father. Yo, don't look at my girl. So I'm not gonna tell you about my girl. I'm not gonna tell you nothing because I don't want you liking her. You see what I'm saying? I could always tell when females write scripts because like, yo, we don't even talk like that. I don't care nothing about your girl. I don't even care why you like your girl. Only thing I care about is when you about to do something stupid. Yo, I'm about to ask my girl to marry me. Wait, y'all been together for how long? Like a month? Why? What's going on? Then we'll ask questions. Outside of that, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? We don't care. So that's the thing. It's like a lot of times that sort of mentality, there's these twisted consciousnesses that are projected onto us as to how a woman should behave and how a man should behave. And most of it is stuck in boy and girl psychology. Most of it has not graduated from that space. You very rarely see, unless you're looking, this is sad, but unless you're looking at like a history piece, especially if it's you know, you have Asians in it, you know, or you're speaking about something from Europe, that's the only time you're going to see two mature people talking to each other. And they're usually two kings or a king and a queen. That's the only time you're going to see a real conversation like mature people would have. Watch Tyler Perry. It's all boy psychology and girl psychology. It's not queen psychology. It's not warrior psychology. It's none of that. It's just girl and boy psychology.
I think about like people who try to, we always talk about like gotta be in you and gotta be not on
That's
you.
that. Exactly. Always.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
I was
You
like,
believe that if you want. He don't even talk like that. You believe that if you want.
Okay, no.
He's saying that since I was a child. Now, my
Right.
Okay. So I was just thinking about like how like someone who may be an adult can see through like how you're saying like it's obvious that you're a boy or you're a girl. And I think about for those that's like asking certain questions like, oh, I want to hurry up and be where you are. But it's like if you have to go through a journey to be able to not conquer, but be able to get the lesson of like, okay, I mastered like the girl, I'm ready to move on to the next stage, then you can't just get like you can't be a microwave person and be like, oh, I want to hurry up and get to that point without going through the journey to graduate to that place. That's what comes to my mind. So it's like you automatically tell like, okay, you're not really on a journey or you're not being sincere. you want to look like something but not actually be it. Yeah.
Well, you know what? Because in Western philosophy and Western ideology, our age is institutionalized and not psychological. You know, so we have this sort of we have this sort of concept of like, well, again, Carl Jung was speak about like being individuated, where everybody's got to strike out on their own. Go strike out on your own. Go find this. Go get that. And the problem is like you can't do that until you first have learned to listen. Like if you look at it, when I speak about these archetypes, we all have these archetypes inside of us, right? And our ego is like if you look at yourself as a corporate body, as a company, right? Each of your archetypes is a department. And there's a head or a VP of each department. So if you're sitting in a boardroom, you're sitting at a board meeting, you have these different archetypes, and then you have your ego. And your ego is the chairperson of the board. And the responsibility of your ego to keep it in check is to listen to all the board members. That's the key. Every archetype has something to say, but a lot of times the ego don't want to hear nothing, so they get stuck into a certain space. And that's like in any business. Sometimes your team has answers. You know, sometimes you like really in a business, like you literally have like a boss or a manager or whatever. They just don't want to hear nothing. You know, and sometimes the workers are like, look, we got our feet on the ground, or we have worked a job that you have never worked. So we know something that you don't know. We see things you don't see. Just hear us out. And they're unwilling to hear the person out. So therefore, the company never evolves. So it's the same thing internally. You know, when you don't listen to your different archetypes within you, your different personalities, your different spirits, then your ego never evolves into a spiritual identity. You see, so that's where a lot of people will get like stuck in undeveloped psychology, if you will.
I have one more thing, if I can say, before I get booted out. There was another thought that popped into my head, just in terms of like when I was talking about that being in that creative space, and I thought about, you know, when you talk about a man and a woman coming together, living in truth, and, you know, even getting to that point where you are creating another life form. I just thought about like, even in those moments of intimacy, it's like you're both in a space of creativity. So you both would be, you know, you're vulnerable, you're both at your, like at that childlike space where you're, you know, creating another life form. So that was just a thought that came into my mind. I don't know if y'all want to explore that even more, but that's what I thought about.
It could be. I mean, you put yourself in the place of the creator when you create, you know, but it's a little different than being in a childlike state, because a child is finding identity. But when you are putting yourself in the place of the creator and conjoining, you're losing identity. You know, if you're having sex the right way, there is no gender. That's where it gets tricky. I know exactly. Like, huh?
That's all I can say.
If you are joined as one, what are you?
Elohim?
The spirit.
Elohim.
Okay.
You are Elohim. See, when you're individuated and you're separate, yeah, we see man, we see woman, we see, you know, husband, we see wife, but they will join together and cleave to each other and become one flesh. So can we say the same thing? Now, we could say in the beginning, male and female, he created them. Let us make man, or Adoma, right? But in that moment, male and female, there's an androgyny. You're neither male nor female. There's no separation. So that's why when you look at like the Kama Sutra, a lot of the poses, like I study the Kama Sutra, but I gotta be careful. I'm on YouTube. Some of them joints are, you know what I'm saying? They kind of like that. I'm not doing that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not turning over and putting my leg behind my back, my head, and you know what I'm saying? We ain't doing that. But the whole reason that they do that is because there's supposed to be a unification of gender. So the man is supposed to be okay with taking the feminine receptive role, and the woman is supposed to be okay with taking the masculine expressive role, because when you are properly conjoining with a person, all of that disappears. If you're conjoining with a person and you're still thinking about holding your space as man and woman, you're not being creative, because you haven't melded yourself into each other. I know I ain't trying to embarrass nobody. I know y'all. I think about exactly my child. He cried in the bed. He like, man, I thought something was wrong with me. Nah, brother, you did the right thing, brother. You know, I don't try to embarrass nobody.
Yeah. I'm thinking about holding it. Oh man, you do as a man, you gotta hold your space now. I can't give up my space now. If I give up my space, what I got, brother?
That's all I got. She have you in there making breakfast.
Right.
Yeah, but you know, so yeah, I mean, I think that's the important thing to consider when you talk about creating an intimacy. You got to focus on that being one, and that's when the ego is listening. You quiet the ego and you listen. That's when the magic actually happens.
So, in peace, everybody.
Peace, Aki.
Just to clarify on what you just said. So, you
clarify for him. There we go.
No, I'm asking you to clarify. Hey, yeah, I'm sorry. My bad. I'm asking, like,
he helped me out tonight. Thank you, brother. I appreciate the
help. I'm just asking, like, if I'm in the right headspace based off of what you just said. So when you say you cleave together and become one flesh and you lose identity, there's no gender. Now, are you talking about through the life of the whole relationship, or just when it comes to the creating aspect?
In some ways, through the life of the whole relationship, but I'm specifically talking about when there's intercourse. But the relationship changes you. You know, you think about, a lot of cats will tell you, and you could speak to this. You have a niece. You have nieces. Even though they're not your daughters, I guarantee that they pull out a softness in you that you didn't have before, that even your sisters couldn't pull out in you.
Yeah.
You know, so there's a changing that happens. You know, you do things that you would never have thought to do. You hug more. You know what I'm saying? You hug, you say I love you, you snuggle when they want, stuff like that. So there is a change that happens just even on that level. But in a relationship, of course, yeah, because our understanding of our gender comes from our social institutions. Our understanding of our gender hasn't necessarily come from the evolution of our psychology. You know, so what am I really supposed? I mean, if you could, like, it's like watching a movie with no sound on. If you could really watch yourself fall in love with a man, or fall in love with a woman, I'm talking about a man for the woman and a woman for the men, just to be clear. You know, if you could really watch yourself fall in love with somebody with the sound off, it probably look kind of crazy. If you think about the things you do. Look, here's one that I think is funny. And maybe I'm just childish. I think sex looks funny. You know, like, if you think about what a man does. Like, cause you know how you know it looks funny?
Okay.
You ever seen a dog hump a pillow?
Mhm.
It looks hilarious. That's how we look. You know what I'm saying? So all day we standing there, we looking tough, big shoulders, you know what I'm saying? Big trapezius muscles and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Delts, traps, all that. And then you get in the bed with a woman and you doing all kind of weird, you know what I'm saying? But you're not thinking about it. You know what I'm saying? You ain't doing all that. You ain't looking cool unless you got a mirror and you look at, all right. You know what I'm saying? But if you don't, you just in the moment. And in the moment, you look crazy. The whole act looks crazy. That's why when children walk in on their parents, they start screaming. You know, oh, what are you doing to mommy? You know what I'm saying? Because it looks like y'all wrestling, you beating her up and all kind of stuff like that. Because the ego is gone now. It's like dancing. Zach put up videos of him dancing, man. He almost destroyed half of Mexico. You know what I'm saying?
It was going down.
He knocking over everybody's cerveza. You know what I'm saying? He was going crazy. You know what I'm saying? On them small little Mexican women. You know what I mean? So that's the thing. But dancing is like lovemaking. You remove counting and mathematics, and you remove ego, and you do whatever brings the best out of the moment. And if you turn the sound off, proverbially, it looks crazy. Look at somebody dance with no music. It looks crazy. You know what I'm saying? So that is the removal of identity. So there's not only a removal of gender identity, there's a removal of historical identity. Things where we say, well, I don't do that. There's cats who will have sex, but who won't dance. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They don't feel comfortable. People will watch and they feel self-conscious, but I'm gonna get this. You know what I mean? Like, we doing this. You know what I'm saying? We gonna do this. No, it's like Megan Thee Stallion said, I look too good to turn the lights off. And you keeping the lights on. I want to see it. You know, and it looks crazy. So yeah, there is a releasing and a stripping away of ego during certain practices, and there is a stripping away of gender, based on our understanding of what gender is. Like, you ever seen two lions go at it? I love lions. I'm always watching lions.
Yeah.
That joint look dangerous. Because when the man is done, or the male is done, the female usually like attacks him a little bit. Like, she's really on some like, get off. Right. As soon as she recognizes he's done, yeah, she'll turn around and try to bite him. All of that stuff like that. You know, but when it's happening, it's, you know, it's all good. But once it's done, it's like, no, we lions. Get up off me.
Back up.
Ego, right. Ego comes back in. Personality, identity, our roles come back in. But during this process, we're something different.
Okay.
In fairness, though, the male lion, he ain't came back in yet. Like, let him get his wits about him first, so you go back in and
you know what?
Man.
That ain't how this go.
And in the contract.
Right, that ain't how this go. I mean, hell, you got some animals or insects where the female eats the male after they're done.
Yeah.
Praying mantises.
Right. You know, that is the way that the world works. You are at your weakest. So you have to make sure that when you engage in something like that, you are with somebody you trust. Now, you talk about old head wisdom. Old head told me that years ago. He said, never let a woman perform fellatio to completion. You know, and I was like, why? He said, because you're in a weakened state. When she does something like that, she could reach around her and grab something and stick it up inside of you. Yeah. You wouldn't be able to fight her off. And he was dead serious when he said that. He said, you wouldn't even be able to fight her off. She could do anything she wants to you in that moment. But there is some wisdom to that. I think now couldn't hold it. He couldn't even hold it. He was trying. You did good, though. You did good. But for real, he did. Hey, man, you listen to some of these old heads. They sound crazy because it's the old head used to always ask for money for bed. But he would always like drop some science on me. You know, he told me years ago, I don't know. But he said that white men were killing black women in the South when he grew up. And he said it was a lot of these sisters who would get with white men. And I said, well, like, what was happening? He said, because back then, brothers didn't go down under. They didn't go to Australia. So he said that a lot of the white men, they would go to Australia and they were drinking all of the moisture out of the black women and killing them. That's what he told me with a straight, and we laughed. We was in the barbershop. I was like, "Come on, man!" And he was like, "No, I'm serious." He was dead serious. I'm serious. His beard dropping all over the place. I'm telling you, he was killing them black women down in the South. Maybe. I mean, you got to pay attention to some of this stuff.
Yeah. Well, when you were talking, I was thinking.
Why you laughing, man?
Nah. I was thinking about like how you talk about stripping away truth's illusions,
Mm-hmm.
and how like when you're in that state, the ego and the personality and the history and all that stuff is the illusion that's surrounding the truth of what you two are and who you are when you come together. And it made me think of like when you said dancing or even like war. Like war was another example of that. Like when you're in battle, it's like it all looks crazy. Like and at the end of this, like we're gonna see like what's the best possible answer.
Yes.
The best possible answer for this moment.
However we get there, whatever it does, man. You know how many times, like, especially like in the dojo, like I trained in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu for many years. You will get farted on. Yeah. It's happening. It's gonna happen. Just like let it happen. But all of that grappling and all of that locking and all of that, and you stretching out people in different way they didn't think they was gonna be stretched. They're farting on you. And it's not a thing where it's like, all right, tap out. He farted. It's like it's just a part of like, you farted, and you might, I'm sorry, man, excuse me. It's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? Like I've seen people in kickboxing get punched or kicked in the stomach and lose bowel control. I have seen that. You know what I mean? But it's everything that has to happen in the course of this experience. And there's a vulnerability. I got one of the. If you look, I think it's on my right. I got a gash. If you ever see me up close, you can see there's a cut underneath my eyebrow. I got cut bad once by somebody's toenail. Where it went to kick me in the face, and I dodged the kick, but he like grazed me across the face, and my joint was ripped, and it was blood squirting out. And I had to go, but I wanted to keep fighting. So I ran into the bathroom, got some duct tape, put some duct tape over it, came back. I was like, all right, let's go. But in that moment, like afterwards, I'm like, man, cut your goddamn toenails. But it's like, these are all the weird things you wouldn't think of that happen in the process. There's smells, there's sounds, there's, it's just a weird thing, but this is the removal of ego and what we consider to be social standard. So that's why when two people get together and they cleave and they come together as one, you got to keep people out of your situation, because they're going to impose a social standard that may have nothing to do with the way you two work together.
Yeah.
Yeah. They don't understand, because it's in your times of like I call it pillow talk time, right? Mm-hmm. All men, like I tell sisters this all, and you brothers can relate. There are things sometimes that women want intimately that they would never tell their girlfriends. Choke me, spit on me, slap me. I like when you call me a B. I like when you yell at me, it turns me on. You know what I mean? They're not telling their friends that. So when their friends like, girl, I don't see what you see in him. She can't say, oh, it's the way he grabs my hair and calls me a little we're in, I can't,
Yeah.
Yeah.
things, the things he does, right? But that's the intimacy because now her ego is gone. So during that pillow talk, she can open up and tell you, this is how you connect with me. This is the way that I can be connected with. And it's not for everyone to know because it weakens the connection. You see, so that's where you learn why the home is a sacred thing. It's a secret thing. And just like all these brothers here, I don't know their spot, and I don't want to know their spot. You know what I mean? But any women that they engage in, there's going to be a moment, yeah, right there, that's my spot. Or, yeah, when you touch my, whatever, yeah, play with my beard. I don't know what it is. That does something to me. I'm just saying, El Coral laughing. I mean, but everybody has that. You know what I'm saying? But this is how you connect with me. You know? So that's becoming one flesh and removing the identity that you're known as.
So,
Y'all so childish, man. Damn. Can't even have a serious conversation with y'all.
No, so like you were just speaking about, like that unspoken language between a man and a woman. So
no, it is spoken. No, I wouldn't say unspoken. That's the whole point that I'm saying is when ego is gone, then you actually do communicate.
Okay.
But it's not spoken to the public because it's a sacred. Me and this woman are cleaving to one flesh, not everybody else. So in that moment of cleaving and becoming one flesh, I know your secrets, you know my secrets.
Oh, okay. So when it comes to like not hiding but protecting, like that language between a man and his woman, how's that interplay, or how's that protection come into play when her family tries to?
Nah, I don't give a damn. You ain't got to finish that sentence. I'm her family. So who we talking about?
Okay.
There is none of that. Those are invaders. I'm your fan. Please, a man shall leave his mother and father and cleave to his wife, and they shall become one flesh.
Okay.
Left the mother and father. That's my relatives now. This is now my family.
Okay.
So that would even go into, like, let's say you now have you've done that, you've cleaved with a sister, and now she's starting to live a different type of culture because maybe she was in the world and like you're living Anu and this is what we do. And she's like, oh, you know what? I like that. Like, yeah, I'm on that now. And her family is like, why are you always wearing skirts? Why you ain't wearing no pants no more? She's like, oh, this is what we do. And they're like, did he tell you to do that? She's like, yeah. She's like,
yeah.
Don't never let no man tell you what to do. Don't never let no man tell you what to put on. You know?
Here's the thing though. You can't talk to my wife like that. I don't care who you are. If you speak to my wife like that, that may be the last time you ever speak to my wife. So you better be careful about what you say to my wife. Now, if you are with a female and she constantly is coming back with so-and-so said this, so-and-so said that, that is not your woman. You are committing adultery. She's already married to something else. Because you are old enough now, Raheem, and up to be with women who are women. When you have a situation where you're with a female and she's worried about what her mother's going to say, or her cousin or her brother, she's not an adult. An adult says, no, this is what I do. You know, that's that. You're not going to disrespect what I do, period. We're not going to, you don't even think to disrespect it. I didn't look at your car now and say, well, why you get that color? I mean, you know, that's hard to keep clean, right? You should have got gray. Gray, you could, or brown. Why you get that color, right? You're a grown behind man. You spent your money, you bought your car. That's that. You're an adult. You see what I'm saying? So I'm telling you, you fellas, you want to save yourself a lot of headache? Do not mate with adult girls. Because you will always have the influence of the family, because she hasn't cleaved and became one flesh with you. You're committing adultery because she's probably still made it to her, either her father or her ex or somebody else, but she hasn't become one with you to the point that her aura and her energy has changed to the point where she's now an adult and is saying, hey, don't speak to me like that. She's got to be able to say to her mother, grandmother, whoever, don't disrespect me in my relationship like that. Done. There's no more that needs to be said. But I'm saying, all right, you know what? I'm gonna head out. Y'all take care.
Okay, I got a question. So, like, I've been debating this, you know, thinking about it long. You know,
yeah, debating it with who? With yourself.
But it's like, should there ever be a time, you know, you're supposed to be one, you know, with your counterpart. Do they really have to meet your family? Do they?
Well, why would they have to meet your family? Okay, so now here
I don't know.
Right. So it's up to a man's discretion, but keep in mind it's the difference between a concubine and a wife. If you gain a wife, then her family is your family is her family. It's the joining of two. Now, I know many of us coming from North America, we got raggedy families. But unfortunately, as men, we don't, but we should. Those are demerits. We come out here and we puff our chest. Yeah, I want a sister like this. I want a sister like that. Da. Was your great-grandfather conscious? See what I'm saying? Like, we got to go back. And were they running proper households? Because what is receiving that woman? Is she being received by women and men who are like, you are one of us now and we love you like our own child and we're going to continue to support the culture that you're living? Or is your family going to be like, well, you know, he do what he do. He always been like that. Are they going to try to manipulate you through her? So sometimes we don't recognize that. And this is some, like, honestly, some real talk. Like, you gotta restart the bloodline sometimes. You know, and you get a better sense of that when you travel the world a little bit more, and you contact culture, you contact peoples whose cultures are a little bit more intact, who have actual families, not like what we be having, but have actual families. You know what I'm saying? So then, like, when you talk to them, sometimes you realize how much we're not bringing to the table. You realize how much is missing. You see, so in that instance, it requires humbleness, humility on our part. You know, when we start having these conversations around high value and whatnot. But I tell you, like, yeah, a woman meeting your family, if it was my sister, I'd say, yeah, you need to meet his family. See, there's some craziness in there. You know, you ain't got to, you know, be buddy with him, but you need to investigate and vet. What might he be hiding? It may not be the family. How many people come into Anu and just consciousness and period? And I'm telling you from being in conscious period for years, first thing people start talking about is how unconscious their families are. Yeah, my family don't understand me because I'm on a different. Not 9 times out of 10 people talk like that, they're assholes. And their families know stuff about them that y'all don't know. Because you'll meet their family, it'd be like, yeah, he or she is always borrowing money, never pays it back. You know, this and that, they're unreliable. You'll find some serious stuff out, but they'll demonize them. You know, but the issue is, and because they got on a dashiki and some cowrie shells, you'll trust them. You know, you could be an ain't SHIT person with a fez on and some beads. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't magically you put it on. It's like, oh, you know what I'm saying? I'm 100. No, you can still be an SHIT ninja wearing all that there. You see? So yeah, man. She doesn't have to meet your family, but you know, it helps a woman to understand you. You know, and again, if you moving like a man within your family, it doesn't matter. Don't matter. You know what I mean? If I bring a woman around my family, which I have, I brought multiple women. I've sat around my family before with 6 women. And that wasn't even the whole harem. 6 women. And they tripping over each other to fix my plate and all of that. And there wasn't no whispering daddy because my auntie was, no, I'm still daddy. You know what I mean? And I've been around other women's family where it's like, yeah, we all going. And I had 7, 8 women with me. And they still, you better go fix my goddamn plate. You know what I mean? Like, and I know the numbers are going to go down as I'm talking, but I don't really care. That don't matter to me. The thing is, it's like, are we adults? Are we grown-ups or not? If we grown-ups, and we have to respect each other as grown-ups, because if I come around your family and they talking about praise Jesus, and can I pray with you? And your granny says, can I pray with you, young man? I'm a sure thing, ma'am. Sure. Because I respect her as a grown-up. Well, check it out. I'm a grown-up too. I know some stuff too. You know, so if you moving like a grown-up, if you haven't established that, then you're going to be nervous about bringing a woman around your family. You know, but you have to establish yourself as a man, and sometimes it's a forceful sort of experience, you know, especially in, you know, the Black family today. You got to make it very clear. If you change your name, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, my name is Infinite Allah. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta make them say that shit. You know what I'm saying? Come on, Clarence. Stop. Don't call me Clarence. You know what I'm saying? You gotta like make it clear. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know, you move like an adult. Come on, man. That's all. It's simple.
Peace, everyone.
Peace, Cavante.
I got a question. How do you go about like resetting your bloodline? You know, yeah.
What's wrong with your bloodline?
Well, I know you mentioned that, you know, you may have to like, you know, reset, you know, your bloodline. So it's just like, how do you go about like resetting?
Now I caught it. So I would do it again. What's wrong with your bloodline?
Oh, I mean, it could be anything. It could be anything.
It could be anything. So you just condemning them. They ain't even do nothing to you. Yo, you practice segregation or something? Like, what's wrong with them? Yeah, you ain't talking to the ancestors, huh? I mean, you got to first know what's going on in your bloodline and how it maybe has manifested in your life. Yeah, don't just, yeah, you got to be careful with that. But the truth is truth. Just live truth. That's all. You'd be surprised. Truth is like bleach. You know what I'm saying? Truth is like bleach. It cleans stuff up, but you got to live it. You can't just say it. We all got that uncle that just came home from jail. He got a lot of information, but he don't live none of it. You see, when you live it, it starts to clean things up. And you'll be surprised, man. Yo, all like most of my girl cousins, they locked their hair like 20, 30 years ago. You know what I mean? And I never said like, yo, them wigs and all, I never said anything. But I had locks. All my women had locks. The children had locks. I never said anything. Y'all do what you do. We still having fun. The children playing together on the monkey bars. You know what I'm saying? And next thing you know, they started popping out with locks. Like, now, does that mean that they've arrived? No, but it's something. You know, it's something you got to count. I have other cousins who, like my other cousin, she stopped eating meat, and you know, she lost all this weight and started mall walking and stuff like that. And she would always talk to me like about juice recipes. I never told her I juiced. I did, but I never said it. But she's just like, I know you know about stuff like this. You know what I'm saying? So if you just live it, you'd be surprised. Like the word says, if I be lifted up, I will draw all men to me. Well, who was the I? Yahushua. But Yahushua said, I'm the truth, the way, and the life. So if you lift up the truth, now what does it mean when you lift it up? It means everybody can see it now. You see, I'm not hiding my truth among the people and sitting there eating my cucumbers. Like, no, I'm doing it like in front of your face. Or like when I say, like, yeah, I was over there, I had 6, 7 women with me. Yeah, the numbers went down. I'm not hiding it. Yeah, I got multiple. And then, like, when people reach out, like, yeah, Chief, you over the nation building. Yeah, sometimes, but I also like the variety of Punani. I like that too. That's a part of our tradition. Like, we are sexual people. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have to make you feel comfortable with it. I'm lifting up the truth of why we did things. Why you got all these wives? I got concubine. Yeah, I got concubine. It's not the same. You see? So just by living and lifting up the truth and doing it unapologetically, but it's got to be truth. I'm not just doing things because I feel like doing it and be like, well, this is me. This is me. At least I'm keeping it real. No, that's weak. Anything I do, I could back up. If I say concubine, you already know. If somebody said, what's that? I could break it down for 5 hours to you and show you where. No, it's right in exact. It's right in exact. Shaka Zulu had concubine. You know what I mean? David had concubine. Abraham had concubine. You know what I mean? Like, I'll take you there. You know what I'm saying? Siete Wayo had concubine. We could just keep going. Sundiata had concubine. You know what I'm saying? Mansa Musa had concubine. Genghis Khan had concubine. Like, nah, we do this. This is what we do, right? So know the truth, live the truth, and it starts to clean things up. But the first thing it's gonna do is it's gonna create like a buffer around you. The first thing truth creates is loneliness. And then it creates a pull. You notice how everybody coming on the line is saying live is saying, I got a question. They're not saying I'm not saying everybody, but it's not mostly I'm going to add this to. I'm going to take this from. Give me some of that truth. So when you live it, if I be lifted up, I will draw all men to me. Why are you drawing them? Because they want some of that too. Ain't nothing wrong with your bloodline, man. Go on with that.
So, peace, shalom, everybody.
Peace, right? Got the distortion on your mic. We say.
So yeah, I was thinking about something recently and asked a couple people, and I want to ask you. I think you answered the question already, personally, but my question was based around like, when you did stuff as a young man, was it through like you were passionate, or was it through like I got to get this done, and you just knew you had to get done, so you did it anyways, or like? And I was mainly around business, but now that we're talking about family, even I kind of question family too as well. Like when you first started your harem, or just first even because you said you did sustained or abstinence for a bit.
Yeah, a long time.
So like if you decided to come out of that too as well, like was it because like you were like, all right, I need some now, or what was kind of your mindset? Because I'm going through a phase right now where I'm like, there's stuff that I want to do, but some of it is not appealing to me, and I'm not sure if that's a good thing or if that's something where I should be like, okay, I got to get this done anyways, so I should do it anyways, right? So that's kind of my question, but I feel like you kind of answered it when you said like there's a difference between being a boy and then being a man, right? Yeah. So that's kind of why I think you answered it, but I'm gonna just put it out there just in case I could be wrong.
I would say it's that, but it's also I love my people. I've always loved it. The Creator instilled a love in me for my people at a very young age. And whatever I was going to be or do, I knew I was going to be or do that thing for my people. So I didn't want to half-ass anything. So if I was going to learn, or just anything I was going to touch, I was going to learn it, immerse myself in it, whatever I had to do to represent it with integrity to my people. So I think it boils down to integrity and the love and respect that you have for your role as a man. Like for instance, a lot of guys, what are you about 6'1", 6'2", somewhere around at 6'2", 5'11". So a lot of guys your height, they have poor posture because they don't actually want to be tall.
Mm-hmm.
They're hunched over all the time because they're trying to fit in with their shorter friends.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, I feel like if you're going to be tall, you should have the best posture. Because that's something that you're representing. You're representing a tribe. You're representing our people in a certain way. So you should represent it to the fullest, the best that you possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
I have a deep voice. So once I found out this, like, okay, my voice doesn't sound like everyone else's, I knew that I wanted to be able to articulate and emphasize my words in a way where I could put together properly structured and coherent sentences. Because if you got all this melanin in your voice, as soon as people hear you, like, oh, that's a brother. So then represent that. Represent for the Paul Robesons of the world and the James L. Joneses of the world. Represent, for that. So I think a lot of it has to do with why you're doing what you're doing and your acknowledgement and love for your role, as a melanated man, honestly. Whether you go into business or school, whatever it is, like, what are you? We always representing something, man.
Mm-hmm.
Always. If you could say, hey, I want to do music, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? I ain't getting on you now, but I'm just saying, but I know we had this conversation. But like anything you put your hand on, it could be art. Do you realize what you representing God?
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nobody else doing that. You were chosen to represent God. So in all things you do, you should give honor and glory to the Most High. That means do it well. So that was always my motivation, man. Whatever I touch, I don't want, and some of it was ego. Some of it was ego. I never wanted somebody to be like, oh, it's messed up. It was the black guy. That is ego too, So.
So that would even fall into like hustles. Like some hustles would just not be the way to go, and even like career paths. So finding a career path that will align you with doing the Most High's work. Like one of the youth programs that I'm in, it's kind of interesting because we had like the final like little get together yesterday, and they were saying like we show the Most High's love or God's love here. But one of them was a part of the letter community, so I found it kind of funny how the love could be a part of that. But kind of just like doing what it is that the Most High would do. So that's even like going over the books of knowing the Most High, so you can know what He would do in certain situations. But yeah, good thanks for that, Chief.
Well, I think one of the things about Anu specifically is that there's a huge charge on us to study and to know what it is that we're talking about. So regardless of whatever we go into, I think there's a part of the Anu way that says that, where it says that we should be educated in whatever discipline that we put forward. So if we're looking to be in business, if we're looking to be in a trade, if we're looking to teach people how to do things, we should know that thing in and out. We should be able to break it down on many levels, in many ways, because we actually did that study. You know what I'm saying?
But Derek, what's going on, man?
Oh, nothing much. I'm just waiting to jump in, man. I got a question. Y'all can hear me?
Maybe, maybe we can answer it. Maybe we can't.
No, I have faith that y'all probably can answer it because it's probably been answered before. But my question is, how can one tell, or is there any indicators that or any metrics they can use to tell that you're walking the right path?
Is there metrics that you could use to tell that you're walking in the right path?
Right.
There's a show that Chief did on this. Maybe it was one, Where Do You Start? However, I would say, let me just go with this and then I'll let everybody can jump in. How do you know? Honestly, I think you just it ain't gonna be like somebody telling you you're walking this way, you're walking that way. I think you're gonna start losing things. You're gonna start certain things that you used to matter to you no longer have a concern, and maybe you start questioning yourself of, is there something wrong with me because I'm not interested in any of this, of what everybody else is interested in, and now it's like things. You put things into a different perspective, I would say, and you start to look around, and as you start to move along that path, you start to see you might be the only one going in that direction. Is how I would. These screens are throwing me all the way off.
Because it's the Brady Bunch.
Going all in different directions and in and out and out and in.
It's like a Rubik's Cube.
Golly.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
I pressed the button when I shouldn't have.
That's all right. We're gonna make it work.
Can I tech in?
Go ahead.
Okay. I would say it's like Chief says. You could tell a tree by the fruit it bears. So I'd say, like, looking at the results in your life, in the direction you're going, are you getting the results you need to be getting, reaching the goals you set for yourself? That's something you could look at for if you're going in the right way. And then, like Chief was saying earlier in the conversation, like when you're the first step of living truth, like there's a lonely phase. So going through that phase, you're gonna recognize people gonna back up. There's gonna be a shift in what you're bringing towards you. Like the best way I could say it is like the polarities in your magnet are gonna change. So you may get different friends or people coming around you, different job opportunities, whatever that looks like for you. But all of that could be considered metric and a result of if you're going in the right direction or if you're digressing or not digressing, if you're going in the wrong direction or not the direction you don't intend to go down. Just paying attention to what's around you, what's coming into your orbit, all that kind of stuff.
I would say
Signs You Are Growing. I'm sorry. Signs You Are Growing. That's the name of the episode. Sorry. Go ahead.
I would say, yeah, you wage it by your growth and also by the benchmarks that you set for yourself, but also by how you, as we've been talking about, how more have you matured. You know what I'm talking about? And for me, it's also, are you more into easing God out, or more into easing him in? You know, like more. You know, are you, basically, getting less individual and more into, it's not about me anymore, or and becoming more dutiful and obligated, but also being that light that's shining more and pulling more things towards you, like Chief was talking about, being that truth, and pulling those things, and just being a light to somebody, and even if it's just a kind word, you're making one less dummy. You know what I'm talking about? Whether you know it or not, you see that, and people see it too. They notice that growth in you, and things like that. It's something that can be weighed, measured, and at the same time, it can't be weighed and measured, but it can be seen, and it can be shown and proven. So I would say, those metrics would be the proof, or on whether you are progressing or regressing. I'm done.
The
I'll
proof is
just
in the
add
pudding.
one thing. I think you should be able to name the path too that you say that you're going down. I ask myself that question a lot. Like almost, I used to ask myself that question every month until like I think it was one of the recent study sessions where Chief had like asked me what do I want to do, and then I said sociology, and then he said, okay, think backwards, and then he was able to put a name to one of the things that I want. Like I saw myself doing, but I didn't know that was even a thing, which is like a firm. I just thought firms were like people that were super high up. So I thought it kind of stopped at just being like a therapist, a small little therapist somewhere, or like a small community center, right? But knowing that you can go a lot further down, being able to name it was good for me. So I'll say that helped me. I don't know if it's the right thing, but I know being able to name the things that are on that path and seeing them helps as well.
What kind of body shape you like in the women that you deal with?
Curvy.
Curvy. Like curvy in the sense that you could see the curves, or curvy where it's like it's slight?
Nah, like big behinds, medium sized breasts. I mean, excuse my language. And like
Not a curse, right?
oh like
storm sometime, but then you say that, excuse my language.
Good looking, medium, like maybe like 5'8", 5'9". Say I could do 6'2". That would be good.
Did your girlfriend break up with you again?
No, what? No. What?
Grabbing your girlfriend? Because I mean, wouldn't she be offended right now?
No. I mean, I say this stuff kind of all the time. Like, I don't know.
Oh well, she'll be breaking up with you soon then. So
coming soon.
You want a girl who's got these curves and she's voluptuous, but you want a small firm and a little business.
Yeah, it didn't make no sense.
No, it doesn't make sense. And we have to stop thinking small time like that. It's harmful, and it's only because of our lack of exposure. Never be afraid of big numbers. And a lot of us are afraid of big numbers, and we don't like to admit it. But don't be afraid of big numbers. They're just numbers. So if you say, well, a small firm that makes like a little $250,000 a year or $200,000 a year, because you can count that. You can figure out what you would do with that. But if you had a firm that was clearing $7.3 million a year, you'd be like, well, you're like, what am I, like, it's like standing over the edge of a building, like, what if I fall? It just seems so scary. But don't be afraid of big numbers. I don't want to hear anybody say little anything. For what? We have to be in a position where we can affect change in policy. You can't do that with little stuff. And we got enough little stuff. Now we need some things that are overarching. That's why I told you, if you want to go into sociology, get a doctorate. Go to a point where you can do research paper. Well, you can do research papers as a master's, but just take it to the tilt. Take everything you do. I'm a big fan of overdoing it. You can never have enough rhinestones, LED lights. Overdo it. You know what I'm saying? So in life, just overdo it, man. You know what I mean? Because how else are you gonna respect what you came to be? Your girlfriend, probably part of the reason she likes you is because you're taller than that man. But she didn't say, well, that would be overdoing it. Let me just get I know the average height in America is 5'8" for a man. But let me just, go with the average. So don't think like that, man. Take it to the tilt, especially for you young brothers who got a lot of time. What else you gonna be doing other than doing something small, and then the whole time saying, "Man, I wish I would have did it like this instead." By the time you hit 40, you'll be saying, "I could have actually did more." So just do more now. And the worst that could happen is that you end up with something small from trying something big. But if you aim small, you end up with nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like you like thick girls now that you're young, she's going to be a gigantic rhinoceros by the time she's 40, 50 years. That's how it goes. You only can enjoy all of that voluptuousness for about maybe 15 years before it starts getting out of hand. You'll see. You'll see. Enjoy it while you got it. Look, Derek like, he can't even say yes because that's why he's sitting outside. No.
Hey, that's why I'm outside with it.
Derek, what? I'm just
Oh,
playing.
you go.
If
you see a red brick fly across the screen, you know why.
Yeah, man. Y'all gotta aim high, man. You know what I'm saying? I knew it's not. You'll get it one day. I didn't have a chief you. I always say that to you. And I did not have an Anu. Were there organizations? Yes. There were a lot of them when I was coming up. There were a lot of different things I could have joined. And whenever I would get close to them, eventually I'd be like, they're missing it. They're missing it. They all were kind of missing it. Did some great things at the levels that they were at. But I didn't have a chief Yuya. I didn't have somebody I could sit and just ask anything, whether it be about family, spirituality, the Bible, the Quran, Buddhism, whatever. And boom, got you. So that means you have something that's above and beyond. I'm not trying to like toot my own horn, but you have something that's above and beyond the ordinary. So you need to be using that as fuel to do above and beyond the ordinary. I should look in comparison to you. We all talk about Malcolm X, but we don't talk about Elijah Muhammad. You know why? Because Elijah Muhammad did his job. He poured in and got out the way. And his students went off and Dr. Sebi, freaking Louis Farrakhan. Well, some of them was a little crazy, like Yahweh Ben Yahweh, but I mean, it's a big organization. They was just killing everybody. I didn't think much because I ain't messing with them cats. I'm gonna shut up right then and there. But he knew how to get out the way. But everything that came out of that was great. So you should be thinking not that way. If you really want to help people, like you say, be the overlord. Honestly, and this is a soundbite. Somebody's gonna say, "You said it." Y'all should be aiming at Illuminati level. Real talk. Now, I'm not saying join the Illuminati. You already are. You know what I'm saying? Don't leave me. If you do, though, give me some passes. You know what I'm saying? I want somebody to put in my car. Put a little thing I put in my car window so I don't get pulled over. You know what I'm saying? If you happen to join the Illuminati, but you know what I'm saying? But that's the level you should be. Like, I need to be with the overlords. You know, why do I want to be down here mingling with mortals?
That's like when you said when you were in the suburban places where like you weren't king there, but when you went back to the hood, you was king.
I was
Why would
king.
you want to be? Why would you want to be king of the hood when you could be the king of the world?
Right. You know, and I don't have to be the richest, smartest person in the room. I ain't never cared about that, but I want to be amongst giants because I want to test myself among giants. I like, you know what I mean? If I could, and I always did, and I always conquered, which eventually led. I'm gonna tell you the interesting journey. It may lead you back to the hood. When I got into the corporate world and things at a very young age because I thought. I keep it 100 with you. All that Black Power talk I used to talk when I was younger, subconsciously, I still thought European people were like smarter than us. And I didn't realize it, but I did. So I was in this competition with them to prove myself because I just thought they were so smart. And then when I got in environments with them, I was dominated to the point where it was like, okay, back up, you're losing me. I'm so confused. You know, like, damn, because I'm like now overdoing it. And remember, like I told y'all, when I first got into corporate America, I conned my way into corporate America. So I didn't have a degree or anything like that. I had verbal game and a quick intellect. But I thought I had to like run really fast to keep up with all these white thoroughbreds, basically. And that wasn't the case. I was dominating. And then I realized, you know what, man, I'm wasting my talents here. I'm gonna go start me a record label. You know what I'm saying? So it led me back, you know, in a sense. But it was like coming to America. I left my home. I went into a foreign land. I conquered there and then came back home. You got to go on your hero's journey. But to go on your hero's journey, you got to conquer your biggest dragon. At my age and at that time, my big dragon was like white guys in suits with briefcases walking into office buildings. That was like my thing where I looked at it and was like, what are they doing in there? What are they talking about in there? You know, like I know it's somehow it's affecting me. They're running the world in there, and I'm out here. I need to see what they're doing. You know, that was my dragon that I had. You know, but slay your dragon, man. You can avoid it.
So when it comes to like going to that overlord level, is that something that you would say could still be possible while keeping your integrity, like living righteously and living according to the principles that we're learning and studying and applying to our lives?
Well, that's what makes you the overlord. If you are not doing that, then what would you be living by? You will be living by the principles and the culture and the integrity level of the overlord. Now you're a servant again. That's why, and I knew this I speak very little of, even now, I'm not like, why you go do this? I'm saying, hey man, keep it out, think about this, think about that, think about that. I'm still trying to water the genius lotus inside of you, bro. So you can be, like I said, make me look like this. You know, through your journey and through your intellect. So if you're able to move through and maintain your integrity, you know, like in every corporate environment I went in, every single one, they always wanted to call me you. Every time, you. Now, mind you, on the street, that's what everybody was calling me anyway. Everybody, you go places I live in New York, everybody knows me as you, Big U, or there's a couple other names y'all don't even know about, but mainly you or Big U. When I went in the corporate environment, how do you pronounce that? Well, like you, like, hey, you, I could just call you. No, you can't. Nah, you can't call me that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know the line that I have to maintain in this space, and I know how much there are components in me that don't want to hold that line. There was times I wanted to buck dance, you know, especially, mind you, at one point I'm working in IT. I'm just doing like short contracts. I'm here for 3 months, I'm here for 6 months, making a whole lot of bread and leaving. I could just buck dance for 3 months and then I'm done. No, can't do it. You see? So that's what makes you the overlord. The moment you compromise on your integrity is the moment you have just, you know, when Lucifer had his arm around Yahweh, I was like, hey, I'll give you a gift. That's the moment you're like, all right, I'll take it. You see? So if you want to be an overlord, you have to be what you were designed to be. They're not overlords because they compromised on their integrity. There are dark forces that rule this world. They were designed to be dark forces. So they still have their strength. If they compromised on their design and decided to be something else, then they would be us. We are compromised gods. And through the framework of being a god, we are returning to our godhood. But we are compromised gods. So all right, I'll be human. So I'll have something to turn to. I never had anything to turn to. I'll have something to turn to. I'll do that for 80 years. Short-term contract for a God. You see. Now, how do we get back home? I got to be a God all over again. But if I compromise into humanity, I'll never make it back home.
That makes me think of yesterday. No, it was yesterday. It was on Wednesday or fourth day. You were saying that I watched a lot of anime. Only one show was Dragon Ball Z, but in Dragon Ball Z,
let's go, man.
Dragon Ball Z, Goku is like that. Goku is always hungry for another fight, but he keeps his integrity. He's never like rude. He's always like this goofy child, but very what's it called, manly at the same time, where he knows when it's time to get serious. There was a fight that was going on versus him and someone else, where he was like losing, like he was getting kicked, right? And the guy was saying like, you put trust in your family too much, and that's why you're gonna lose this fight. And he was saying like, no, that's the difference between me and you. Like, you don't have family, so you put your trust in yourself, and you're very ignorant. But I have family. I understand the idea of love and how love can transform what it is that I do. And he's able to take it to the next step, the next level, and like win. It makes me think of like, you know, how you're saying you do what you do because of the love for it, and not the love, but you know this is what you're put here to be. Because he's a Saiyan, so he's a god, but he's on Earth, right? He knows, like, hey, I'm a god, I'm going to be a god, but at the end of the day, I still have this existence where I got to protect my human life or my human family or whatever it is in order to make it to the next level, where he became a Super Saiyan god or whatever.
Yeah, but see, the dude was right, though.
Oh, for real.
How you going to be a god and care about human?
Bitch, bro.
That's what makes you weak.
So that would be like dating outside of your culture, pretty much then. Like, hey, hold on, follow me. Because if we supposed to be gods, right? And we're Hebrews, and I say I'm gonna go date a Muslim, I'm gonna go date a Christian. Wouldn't that be me loving a human?
I ain't loving these. Like, no. Like, first off, whoever I'm with is whatever I am. I don't care what the heck she is. Why is she a Christian or Muslim? Probably because her father was. But now she has a new father. So the ideation is that, you know, how if we're gonna be one flesh, there's gonna be some changes up around here. You know, so if you're imagining like, okay, I am conjoining myself with something and that thing is gonna stay what it is, then we didn't really become one flesh. You know. So now I wouldn't look at it like that. But as far as like, we have this concept that God is love, but we don't really have a true concept of what love is. It's not an affectionate thing. Like the dude in the fight was saying, you care about. It's the same thing as Star Wars when he was like, your love for your friends is what makes you weak. This is what he told. I think he was talking to Luke Skywalker when Skywalker was fighting the Sith Lord. You know, and he was like, your love for your friends would be your downfall. He's right, because the Sith are like, F everybody. I go inward and find my power inward. Whereas the Jedi, who are weaker and a little dumber, because they can't even tell when somebody's a double agent. They so in tune that you can't even tell when somebody's a double agent. You know what I mean? They're not even the strongest powers in the universe. But the thing is it about being the strongest, or is it about fulfilling your purpose? There are things that we could do. There are things that I could teach you that can make you very powerful here on earth. Sounds like the devil about to offer you a deal with your soul, right? Because that's what it is. There are things. What do you think the Nephilim did? Hey, I'm going to show y'all this. I'll teach y'all some of this. I'll teach y'all some of that, and you will rule the world for your time being. You will rule the world, right? It's like the gin in the bottle. They never tell you the full story. Oh, I have 3 wishes, but they're really tricks. You're going to get stuff quicker than you should have got. Yeah, you got it, but it's going to be a downfall. You know, so even your idea of I'm caring or loving for my family, that's human attachment. We can't say in one instance that everything in the 3-dimensional is real and the real existence exists at the soul level, but then at the same time be concerned about the 3rd-dimensional reality. That's a dissonance.
I have peace, brothers.
Peace, Mayuba.
Peace.
Peace.
For when we're returning back to our original, back to our Godhead, and memory, I've always found memory to be a very sensitive thing when learning new things, when meditating on new concepts, and then seeing lapses in memory. I don't know how to describe it, but sometimes like it's like you don't have any more bandwidth in your head anymore, and then you look at someone, you don't know their name anymore, you don't recognize or you see someone but you don't recognize their face,
right?
Or you start thinking of people that you know, and you think of their name, you know who the person is, but you can't remember the person's face,
right?
And whenever I take time to stretch my mind and learning more or trying to dive into different aspects, I do see the aspect of reconnecting with another, my higher self, but losing cognitive aspects in the day-to-day life. How do you balance that?
I don't. I only keep what I need. You know, when I used to go out to eat, I used to order maybe 3 to 4 servings. Now I order small. I can't eat more than that. My stomach starts to hurt. You know, I don't need it anymore. I once did. You know, I'm feeding off of other things now. You know, so as we get older, you may have an elder who could literally be your grandparent and will get your name wrong every time they speak to you, but they will have wisdom for you. Somehow they remember the wisdom, they can remember the story, but they forgot whose child you were. They forgot how you even related. But they got some wisdom. because they have what they need. Why do I need to know your name and your face? Who cares? If we are returning to, it's like, you know when you eat sometimes and people want to separate the food and you like it's all going into the same place?
Mm.
Those lines on your tray are your cognitive function. And that's the cognitive function that separates your humanity from your deity, from your divinity. Get closer, going back home, everything starts to combine together. That's why the scriptures talk about the narrow path. It's a narrow path, not because it's restrictive. It's narrow because now things are being separated that shouldn't be there. And sacrifice is the tool to go to heaven. You see, so what am I sacrificing? Well, yes, some of my cognitive functioning, some of my memory, because I don't need it. That's not what I need. And it might be in a way. There's nothing worse than sitting down to meditate and you got so many things on your mind. Well, if I have less on my mind, my meditations are more powerful. My meditations are more powerful, then I quicken my journey to the Most High. All right, well, then take the memory. What good are they anyway?
Yes, when you were saying that, it clicked into my head. When you walk around town and you see someone but you don't know them, but you know them, and they start talking to you and everything, and you just go in character, keep talking about the conversation, have a good laugh, crack jokes, give a hug, move on, and it's like when that happens so many times, it just becomes a thing of, regardless if that person was a stranger that I didn't actually know or that I did know, I'm still going to be the same way with that person.
Right. I think we all have people like that. I got a guy I know like that. He works at a store near where I live. I've told him my name before. I know his name, but he always calls me Buddy. And I know it's because he can't remember my name. And we've known each other since 2001. And I see him at least every 7 days. We've known each other for years. We talk, have long talks, like deep talks. I remember his wife had died, and we talked about that. And I was going by checking in on him and stuff. I know he doesn't know my name. I know he doesn't. It's like, hey, buddy, what's up? Hey, buddy. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. One day he was driving and he saw me. I was out of town. He said, I knew it was you from that walk. He said, I recognize that walk anyway. Okay, well, that's how you know me then. But we've had very deep conversations. And I've been a brother to him, and he's given me guidance and advice on things and shared things about his life. But he doesn't know my name. He doesn't have my phone number, but he knows where my house is. So why do we need anything beyond that? Because what did he and I connect on? We connect on a string of energy as brothers, and that's that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to go back to something. I want to go back to something that Aki now had brought up, and I think it's replaying in my head of and kind of how the conversation progressed of is one too involved with humanity and caring about if another person died. Mm-hmm. At the same time, I'm looking at though, well, why would one care about holding up the truth? Or even when it says, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. And if it's like in the sense of when people care, and then I'm starting to think about the movie with the rabbit, with Donnie Darko, and he was talking about the rabbits, and it's like people telling you these are what things you should care about, and maybe being invested in humanity. How does one find that balance from not being invested in humanity, but at the same time still hoisting up the truth so one can save humanity in a sense?
Yeah, but the Most High didn't give his son for humanity. Yahweh Shai said, I came for my people. I didn't come for everybody. Just because somebody wrote the word world in it don't mean that it actually said the word world. It did. You know, but it makes for a lovely story. He didn't come for everybody. And the thing is, it's like you're being taught a lesson there on the Thanos story. Thanos had to kick what's the face over the cliff.
His daughter.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So because Yahuwah gave his son, yeah, that's heavy. But Yahweh Shai gave his life. They didn't make the same sacrifice. We always look at it like that. Like, well, God gave his son. The son gave his life. Which one is deeper? If I send my son off to war, he'll be back, because I even say in my word shall accomplish what it sets out to do and shall not return to me void. He was talking about the word is who? Yahweh Shai, the Logos. So he's saying, I'm going to send my son out and he'll return back to me. Yeah. You think he's going to return back all effed up? You know what I'm saying? They beat the brakes off him and then killed him. He came back like that. So his son was like, yeah, you sent me to war, but I got to die. 2 different sacrifices. But then it wasn't for the world. It was for my people, the lost sheep. And he said that clearly. It's right in the book. So I think it's not so much about affection. It's about being a man. Men sacrifice that. And that's the lesson that we're learning in. If you want to go to the next level, you want to give up something before. And it will probably be something that came from you. That's why they made it a point saying his only begotten son. Right? So they make it a point like this came from him. You know, so I'm going to give up what came from me. But sacrifice is the journey to enlightenment. And that's what you do. But Karen, nah, man, we got that twisted. Like that whole concept of caring. What does that mean? And what should we care about? Like, what are we told? If we look at like even scripture, we don't care much about what God cares about. We care about what God hates and what God loves. Hate means I disconnect myself from it. Love means I connect myself to it. The caring that's the human stuff in between. This is the nature of how I work.
So then would one striving to reach Illuminati status, would that be different? Because I remember one time, I want to say, he's like, in order to reach a certain level in this world, you got to be able to kill something.
Yeah.
Is that along the lines of being able to kill something and not feel like I'm responsible for it, because ultimately everybody has to walk their own path?
Nah. Why can't you just kill something and be all right with it?
I mean, you know.
Look, we're given this ideation of what we should be as spiritual men. And that ideation somehow doesn't compel us to do harm to those who are doing harm to us.
Mm-hmm.
But we celebrate those who have done harm to have done harm to them.
Mm-hmm.
The math ain't mathing.
Yeah.
We value life too much, but then we misunderstand what life is. Everything ain't got life. I told you earlier, life is life. Light is life. If you don't have any light in you, you're not alive anyway. That's what I'm saying. That's that vegetarian mindset. I don't want to do no harm to animals. chewing on a carrot, like the carrot one stink nasty, and having teeth biting all into it. Yeah, the carrot wants that. You know what I'm saying? Oh, but when it comes out of me, you can still plant it again and all that. Well, when doodle come out of you from eating a chicken, you can fertilize plants with that. It's still alive. It's still organic. But now that carrot will no longer be what it was. You killed it. That celery is no longer what it was. You killed that so that you could live. That is the reality of this planet. You got to kill to live. That's why I don't get off. I mean, everybody know I plants, but you want to go kill yourself a bison? Have at it. You got to kill to eat. And everybody is not a natural vegetarian. It doesn't work for everybody. Mm-hmm. I know eating meat, man. I don't even have to work out when I eat meat. I'm always, you know, when I'm eating these plants and stuff, like I gotta keep my edge, man. A lot of listen to Gucci Mane and stuff. I don't want to listen to Gucci Mane. You know what I mean? But I gotta listen to keep my edge. Plants be mellow. You know. So yeah, man, we have a misconception about who and what we are as men, Afro-Shemitic men, because we're given that image. Like many of us, we still got the good time Jesus image in our head, but we don't want to say it. We really feel like we scrubbed that from our head, but we still thinking somebody should be walking around with some sandals and a robe on, and freaking butterflies landing on them and kissing the babies. No, man. The scripture said the Most High is a man of war. War is bloody. You know what I'm saying? So we got it twisted, man. And think about it. When we are in our savage zone, and I'm not saying like a straight savage, but you know, saying proverbial savage, we have something feels more natural about it.
There's no regrets.
Right. There's no regret. That is who we are. That good time Jesus, man, they did a number on us with that. They did a number. Now we look at all of our African heroes as savages.
Because they can't conduct business like what has been portrayed to them, or they can't hold the conversation and know that somebody is disrespecting them. So you gonna tell them I don't do disrespect, but then now it's like, oh, now you being an NIGGA.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, maybe I am. Good. I'll just be that. Because I'm not to you anyway.
Right.
I'd rather be that, because why would I want to be something that you like? If I make my enemy comfortable, I'm doing something wrong. You know what I'm saying? That's why I don't even get off into these like stupid holidays, Father's Day and Mother's Day and Juneteenth and all that. You want Juneteenth? I don't want Juneteenth. You know what I want? I want Nat Turner Day. You want Nat Turner Day? You don't like that? I want Nat Turner Day. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Denmark Busy Day.
Denmark Busy Day. Exactly. Come on, man. You come to Martin Luther King. Nah. How about Elijah Muhammad? You know what I'm saying?
National Joe's Day.
Why 1804, man? Why we not celebrating the Haitian Revolution? Shouldn't we be excited? There's so many things that we should be like, that should be our day, but that makes you uncomfortable. So then that means I'm again going under the overlord. What does an African god look like? See what I'm saying?
Them fishes that Master Millek drew in the art gallery.
Mike, I bet you don't look like Green Lantern.
Mm-hmm.
See, because Green Lantern got the same tights on and everything as all the other superheroes. I don't believe that.
My Elohim don't look like your Elohim. Come on, man. I don't look like you. I was having that conversation with a sister the other day. I was talking about back in the days when like Carl Kanai came out in cross colors. Like we jumped on it, like us urban youth at that time, because finally we had some clothes that fit us the way we wanted it to fit us. Before that, it was like Levi's 501 jeans and stuff. It was nut huggers. That's what we used to call them, nut huggers. So we used to buy them a size bigger to give your Johnson some room to breathe because we got big genitals. So when cross colors came out, the butt, the crotch was bigger and the seat was bigger. So it was like, for us, it was baggier because we walk different, man. We don't walk stiff. We're alphas, so we have a long, wide gait when we walk. We need baggy pants. You know what I'm saying? So my deity probably is gonna have some MC Hammer pants on. I'm trying to tell you something. When we look at these fashions and we're like, oh, they wore that in ancient such a. Look at what drummers in Mali wear. You ain't never seen no drummer with no tight pants on drumming. You can't drum with no tight pants on, man. You can't even get the drum between your legs properly. You have to wear clothes that circulate energy. You got a big, gigantic, freaking log, that you're holding up between your legs, and you pounding out like you got hammers in your hands, and your genitals are right there. You know the damage you could do to your internal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So obviously, there's a whole way that we stand, that we dress, eat for our culture. Yo, you ever seen a drummer piss blood after playing?
Heard about that a lot of times.
Heard about a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen it. That's a real thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a real thing. Pissing blood. See, Isaiah nodding his head. You like, give me the white man. Give me the beat. I'll do the. I ain't doing all that. I ain't pissing no blood. See what I'm saying? But we have a role in the universe. Are you even dressed for your role? When you read about you know why when we read about Hebrew culture, about the stuff we're supposed to wear and stuff like that, they were wearing animal skin. Our ancestors, just like they wore animal skins in Africa, and you would be like, why the hell you wearing that? It's hot over there. It ain't hot everywhere. But you know why we wore animal skins? Because we were dominating the earth. But then you come over here with these soy boys, and they're like, well, you could wear hemp. You don't have to. Nah, I want to wear buffalo on my shoulders, man. Put the whole thing up. I'm wearing that to the show tonight. You know what I mean? I have a whole.
I love my wolf hoodie.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Put the butt over in the front like this. You know what I'm saying? The legs covered off on the other side. But that's my culture. Like I said before with gold. I remember when hip hop came out and music execs were talking about how rappers would. There was one exec he talked about. He couldn't wait till the era was over of this grabbing up the crotches wearing this gold. That's African stuff. Because gold looked good on us. You know what I'm saying? Nobody rocks gold the way the closest you'll get to looking good in some gold like us is cats in the Indus Kush Valley or the East Indians. And it still don't even really pop the way it popped on. We can have a skinny little chain and it just looks beautiful on it. Because that's ours. That's our culture. So yeah, man. We are so removed from that we're using a standard that just doesn't make any sense. And then we're guilty each other because we're not meeting a standard that's not even for us, while at the same time boycott would actually work, which is only making us more and more sick.
I used to think about like looking at the so-called conscious community, and a lot of the things that were like publicized, like on like maybe aliens or
Mhm.
just information, like, and not in the same way that we talk about in Anu, but like you know, like the type of information where it's like, okay, but what do we do with that? Like, what are we about to do? Like,
Say the same thing. Where are we going with it?
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And everybody's talking like all this crazy. It reminded me of something you said earlier when it's like, okay, if we had all of that, how did we get into slavery? Like, who's gonna explain that? Because that's crazy. And then
explain. It's just like the white man's the devil.
yeah.
Well, damn, he must be pretty powerful.
Right.
You know, he tricked us. Well, I thought we were smarter than everybody.
Exactly.
I'm with you 100%. It's the lack of maturity, and when you start having those mature conversations, see, this is the sacrifice. There it is. Here's the sacrifice. The conscious community calls you a poon, and you have to decide what that means. How you gonna take it? Like if I say African so Hebrew, you say, "Oh, you on that Hebrew Israelite stuff, man? You still reading the Bible? You're dumb." Like that's the thing. Sometimes we don't want to see. Like when we talk about, "Oh, we came from Africa, we's kings and queens." Not everybody, because who were you ruling? People who were not fit to be kings and queens. Well, we have that over here. So when you start having certain conversations, well, I don't even have certain conversations because I know certain people, they don't have the IQ to keep up. If I say Bible and your mind immediately goes to, oh, that's some Christian stuff, you don't have the IQ to keep up. If I say alien, you go, oh, you in the alien stuff. And I say, well, alien is Ali An. Al means divine and An means exalted or high. Ali An means the exalted on high. If that doesn't spark something, right? So that should be all I have to say. If I say that's where you get the word Ali, that's where you get the word Aliyah, Aliyah. You know, if that doesn't make you say, oh, whoa, wait a minute. So alien is really Aliyan, and An is Anu, and Ali means exalted. So Aliyan is the exalted Anu. Oh, wait. If something doesn't start firing off in your brain, I'm not talking to you.
Yes.
Now we can talk about sports. I'm gonna make a hard left immediately. I'm gonna start hiding. I'm wearing a necklace or something that shows why I'm tucking my joint in. Like, yeah, so yo, you seen that sister walk by with fat butt? Yeah, let's talk about the fat. Talk about fat booty. Like, I'm just gonna bring the conversation all the way down, make a hard left. We'll just have a human conversation. I'm not wasting my time with that. You know, so that's the thing. It's like it's a hard admission, but when I speak about Alicia, Shah means protected. Al or Allah or Al means the divine. So Alicia means the protector of the divine. Alicia and Sarah are the same name. See, these names, they're connected. That's why Black people, we always put Shah in our children's name. We be making up stuff, but we put that Shah in it. Shaniqua, Shaquana, Anisha,
Kaisha.
What it mean? I don't know. But we want that Shah in there. Something about that Shah. I love ghetto names. I love them. Because I know who I know who you. Yeah, okay. I know who you from. You know what I'm saying? I can recognize my quick like that when I hear one of them ghetto names. I'm cool with it. I love it. But I also know that them ghetto names be having meanings. Because they don't sound like complete gibberish. Unless your name is like Alizé. Even that, Alice. You know what I'm saying? Even that, I can turn that into something. You know what I'm saying? But this is what I'm saying. Like, yeah, it's a hard thing to sort of like admit. But we are around a lot of low IQ people. And the reason you're around a lot of low IQ people, because if you're smart enough, you can break the cycle of resurrection and reincarnation. So the really smart people don't come back here, including myself. Right? smart because I came back. And I know I'm old. I know it. So how many times did I do it? I know I could feel it. You know what I'm saying? I could feel it. So, but the ones who are really smart, they don't come back. So we are surrounded by like morons. Honestly, we're surrounded by morons.
That's like me. I took my driver's test more than once, and I had to keep going by until I passed the joint. I couldn't remember nothing in that book as soon as I put it down. But yeah, everybody else in that class, they wasn't smart enough to do it either.
See?
You know, but I might have been on my second or third try. They might have been on their first try. I can't look at them as morons. Like, you repeated 3 times. How can you looking at someone else like they don't?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? That does not surprise me at all because I have been around you in person and I know how absent-minded you are.
Mhm.
But it's like that goes back to the question earlier. I know what I need to know. Maybe you didn't need to know that. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot that you do know. There's a lot that you remember. You have a great memory. You know, but maybe that I don't need that for my journey. I just think I need it because everybody else has it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So-
my memory isn't a dimmer though; it's a light switch. I remember or I don't. And people get mad at me when I don't. You remember everything. I remember that.
Not that.
Not this time. So, when you were speaking about like the low IQ people, does that correlate with when it says the meek shall inherit the earth?
Nah, that ain't the simple-minded. No, that's different. That's here. I'm gonna give you an easy one like this. Can anyone here tell me why you were conceived? Not how. Why?
As they say today, if she don't hawk to her, I don't want to talk to her.
I'm not even gonna nope because all in he came in and I'm not even.
What?
Mr. Latimer, I had nothing to do with it. No, I'm copping my plea right now. Nope. So that right there tells you something, right? So probably none of us were really conceived from a conscious Godhead space. So how lopsided did we come through? You see what I'm saying? Because if you don't know why you were conceived, because if you were conceived from a Godhead space, you would have been told your whole childhood. Like how kings are told. You know, you're to rule and you're to do this and you're to do that. You're here for that. Not you're here because we love you. Mommy and daddy loved each other. Get out of here with that.
That was an afterthought. Well,
Right.
we're here now, so we might as well love
Right.
you. We gotta love you.
You
I got
pregnant.
to feed you, so I must supposed to love you.
You know, after he took that walk and it came back.
Right.
I just had to get my thoughts together. No, I am happy. I'm happy. I just had to get my thoughts together, you know.
Walk at 3 a.m. in his drawers.
You know what I'm saying?
You ain't gonna put your pants on, shut up.
Right. You know what I mean?
I told you to get up.
About that. So when we say like, yeah, there's a lot of low IQ people because look at the conditions they're born out of. Ourselves included. Was anybody trying to create super people? And before pregnancy, I know once, we're gonna eat like this and we're gonna do yoga. Prior to that, and I don't mean the year prior, I mean when we meet each other. You see, are we really trying to make super people? That would affect someone's IQ.
Mm-hmm.
So this is sort of related to what I was asking, like a couple of strong. I've really been on this heavy because I was thinking about this when I was younger. But in terms of, like you were saying, we got to eat this way, or we got to think this way, or we got to move this way. Like ensuring that, because I see people make some amazing people by accident, and sometimes I look at them like, what was the formula? You know, because I see people do like amazing things, and it's like, how did your parents do that? And then you meet their parents, it's like, oh, they didn't mean to do that. It just happened. It
They're
just
not.
happened.
Hey, LeBron James is amazing.
Mm.
He put a dress on though. So did Shaq. So did Charles Barkley. You see what I'm saying? So our standard of what amazing is even off.
Damn.
So did Larry Johnson.
Exactly. He's some Zach Jock friend. He going and ripping those posters off his wall right now.
Right.
It's some of his buddies, you know. But that's the thing, what we consider to be amazing, a lot of times isn't even all that impressive. If you look at, we don't know history. What do we do before? Come on over here, break down these pyramids to me, man. I need to figure out what these chambers represent. Are the pyramids a triangle or a diamond? What's beneath it? Amaze me. I think I shared that story before when I took the tour afterwards with the Kemet with Dr. Ben when he guided us back by the stars. I remember that when we got turned around and he was like, all right, wait a minute. And he looking up. I'm like, here we go with the board. I'm like, and I'm not gonna front because this is like one of my heroes. But at the time, I was like, you know, our money, like I really was on some like ever showing off for these things, these cougars, these old ass cougars. I can say it now. I'm gonna be honest, but I did feel like, man, you don't take that compass, whatever, out of your pocket and get us out of here and stop playing. But he showed up, guided us home by the freaking stars. You know, that was like, and I had already been rolling with him before that. So, but it was like, that was like I felt like, I looked in the mirror like, Ninja, you ain't doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, Brother Haru. Like, you know, I was just really like, you are nothing and nobody. Like, you would have got, I remember thinking like, yo, if he wasn't here, I would have just been like dead. Because I just like kept thinking myself wandering in the desert. Like, you know, and I'm like, yo, we should go that way. I feel like we was just going off. Oh, wait a minute. Everybody quiet. You know. So I've seen some amazing people. You know what I mean? And I have seen some amazing people, and I've seen some people who have just a couple of talents. And because Babylon knows how to capitalize on that, we go crazy. You know, like I brought up the Kendrick thing before. Oh, he brought all the gang members on stage. You know, it'd been amazing if he would have got them all to drop their flag right there on the spot. We already did that. You know what I'm saying? So now Babylon gonna keep me playing that clip until I say like, yeah, I like what Kendrick is doing. But then I was watching a clip one day and then I looked at it and I remembered something. I never really liked Kendrick Lamar's music. I forgot. Because I'm looking at this clip and I'm like, you know, because it's a long clip. And he's running the song, bop, 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 and doing all that. And I'm like, oh, yeah. And then eventually I was like, I never liked his voice. He ain't got no bass in his voice. Because, you know, it was always J. Cole or Kendrick. I always went with the J. Cole side. Because he sounds like a man when he raps. To me, it's like for girls. You know? And I'm not dissing him because he's nice. Don't get me wrong. Like, he's nice. But he doesn't. Hip-hop's supposed to make you want to fight people. You know what I'm saying? Or fight yourself. You know what I'm saying? It's supposed to get you there. Kendrick is like, yeah, it's cute. You know what I mean?
He doesn't give me that. He doesn't activate testosterone. You know, but as an artist, yeah, I mean, he's undeniably talented. He's kind of like how Talib Kweli was. Like, yeah, he's nice lyrically, but he sounds like a nerd. You know, but he's nice. I'm not gonna take nothing away from him. It was like Tribe Called Quest back in the day. Like Q-Tip, yeah, they're dope. Their beats are dope, but his voice is kind of in. But Fife would always say something vulgar. And he'd be like, all right, that brought me back. And he said, I bust off on your couch. Now you got semen furniture. Come in your eyes so you can see where I'm coming from. It's like, oh, disrespectful. Now it's hip hop. Now we're back. You know. So I'm saying that to say, like, you know, but Babylon is telling me it's important. But my greatest is telling me it's just a TV moment. That's all it is. Just a TV moment. It's nothing. It's nothing. There are organizations in Compton doing great work that you will not hear about. You know. So, yeah, I think it's just the standard.
Yeah, I was thinking about I was talking with a sister earlier today about history, because she was talking about different places she wanted to go on the continent. It came up to where colonialism came up. And I was like, well, colonialists, I remember this from like the Jezebel series, like they're going to try to manipulate you, and they can manipulate you to threaten you, and if they can't threaten you, they'll kill you and replace you with someone they can manipulate or threaten.
Mm-hmm.
And I had brought up Idi Amin as like an example of like, this is another option that you may not have considered. You got 90 days to leave the country, or there's going to be some consequences.
Yes.
And she had to wrestle with us. Like, well, that's kind of extreme. It's like, yeah, but what has anything else been working? You can't talk your way out of it because they're politicians and they're just going to drag it out. And if you can out-talk them, they'll just try to kill you. So he said, well, I'll do what y'all do. Y'all got 90 days to get out, or I'm going to kill all of y'all. You choose. I'd say that's pretty effective, you know, but we don't celebrate that. He's the worst person ever. When he was entertaining all of these foreign dignitaries and he was the big smiling African, everyone loved Idi Amin. But as soon as he did that, he's the worst human being ever.
It was the same thing with Saddam Hussein. People need to know the history with Saddam Hussein. Reagan, they was boys.
Right.
So Reagan
wasn't fed.
He went left with it. Remember, Reagan went left and was like, "We're going to." Saddam was like, "No, that ain't right." Oh, you ain't okay. Now you gonna be number one. We're putting you at the top of the list because they were getting so foul with it, and he was like, "Nah." That's why you should, if you ever get a chance, look at when they brought him into trial. I mean, they arraigned him, and look at what he was saying, and they were trying to talk over him. And that was the one where he comes in and they're like, "Yo, stand up," and he's like, "No." And they're like, "Somebody comes, stand him up." And then when they start to get a child, he was like, "You are found guilty," because they knew like, you're gonna hang me, like whatever.
Right.
This was like, "F you." He was like, "Yo, I'm about freedom." Like he started going off, and it was like, "Oh, we didn't know he talked like," because all we ever saw was pictures of him. And when you started hearing him, it was like, hell, he sounded like a Black Panther.
Right.
That sounds familiar. He was all power to the people, and I'm like, oh, you know. So yeah, man, it's but here's the other thing, like in what you're saying, why are you talking politics with a woman? You know, I'm gonna let I'm not talking about no politics. That's not her role. Of course, she's gonna say things that need to be done to extreme. She's not a soldier out the front line. She's not gonna understand. That's why we're not gonna have a conversation. You know what I mean? Yeah, I used to ask that question when I was younger, and I learned, like, I would always ask, like, I would go through different racial constructs and say, like, if you saw a baby starving and it needed to be taken in, would you adopt it? And I would go through different races. And it's like, well, baby's a baby. And I always say, if you could go back and handle, like, someone in the past who did your people dirty, like really, really dirty, like King Leopold. And if you could, like, get him when he was in his crib, would you just strangle him out? It's a baby. Yeah, see, that's why
Right. That's why you can't have time machines.
Right. That's why we're not supposed to do this. We can't have these talks. You're not for this. This is a man's talk. You know, we can talk about other things. You know, unless where, you know, women, like, they're not gonna like it, but unless you're a courtesan, you don't need to know about politics. If you're a geisha or a courtesan, sure, because that's you're being paid to have those conversations with men. But outside of that, I don't want to have that talk with you because, you know, our cultural worldview are completely different. And what would I convince you of any? You know, I mean, now we get into conversations about should certain people really be allowed to vote, especially we're so easily emotionally manipulated. I saw a clip of this woman crying because he fears that it was CNN that people are going to vote for Trump based on Biden's performance last night in the debate. She was crying. A lot of times people get confused, like she's working herself up, and I'm like, cry me a freaking river. Like, come on, get out of this. You know, this is why you should. I'm just like, man, go bake some cookies. Having this conversation. You're not equipped for the conversation, man. Like, yeah, it's our standards again. You know what I mean? You know. But anyway, man, I'm gonna close out, man. We've been on for a minute. It's been beautiful, man. Chris came in at 3.5 hours later. He's Chris. You know what I mean? I'm just messing with you, brother. But yeah, man, this has been a good build on. I don't even know what we started on, but who cares, right? It's always about going through different portals and stuff like that. And I definitely like some of the things that were brought up by brothers in terms of how we interact. And I know these are like tough conversations. Like even now brought up, with Raheem brought up, like, okay, what if the girl is doing? The girl is doing that. Be a man, stand up. You know, and like they say, stand on business. You know, you gotta, like I said, don't get a girl until you can go through a successful fast. Because sometimes, young men, you're gonna have to take the L. You know, always be ever ready to take the L. The L is her. I can't. I'm not happy. You're not happy. All right. You know where it's going. You ain't gotta finish. I know where this is going. Here's your stuff in a duffel bag. You know what I mean? Like, let's rip it off quick. I know
the L is for life.
Like that.
L is for life.
Right. Life back. You know what I'm saying? Like, but you have to be ever ready for that because that's what this journey is, man. Even though we may speak about polygyny, it is very difficult to get more than one. It's very difficult to get one woman who will be on the same page as you, let alone more. You know, I am an advocate. An advocate of concubine. I am one of those sort of kings because I don't put women at the center of my life. I don't even put them that close in my life. I put my purpose at the center and the most high and what I have to do there. And the women are way down on the totem pole. And I let them know that from the very beginning, you know, because we live in times where that congruency is damn near impossible. And I'm not wait around for it. You know, I got a purpose to fulfill, you know. So as men, this is the hard talk where you got to get out of Babylon's fairy tale. We always talk about how women want the Disney princess thing. Some of us brothers want it too. Some of us still want Claire, you know, and she was make-believe. You know what I'm saying? Bonnie and Clyde was probably a little bit more close to what real life really is.
You know, and like I said, some of us are coming with very ragged backgrounds that we don't want to be honest about. You know, we got these horrible families, but you meet a sister, and she like, oh, I done slept with 70 people. Well, that might have to be the compromise. That might have to, because she might be looking at you with like, well, you know, what's your father like? What's your mother like? Their relationship like? What's your relationship like with them? Because I want our children to have balanced, righteous, spiritual grandparents. Oh, I can't give you that. Well, I've been ran through. You getting some leftover vagina. All right.
Does that equate? I mean, does that balance it out? Ass, you know, I really gotta ask. I mean, if you done got you can sit up on set, and my parents is just crazy. I mean, I just like
they good people though.
But they good people though, you know.
I'm saying, this is we are in a cesspool. To think that you're gonna just like she's expecting the ferry prince to come save her in this economy. What? You know what I'm saying? He needs to make $200,000 a year and take care of me and what? See, look, Derek like I got mine. That's why I'm not out there now. That's why I'm out there. I got mine. You know, but that's the insanity that you hear nowadays. But the truth is, like, you have to. It's a warrior's work to build a family nowadays, and you have to recognize what you are not coming with. I did a segment on that called "Oh, so you're now high value." This because Kevin Samuels was sitting up there in them suits and stuff like that, and you know, saying what he was saying. Yeah, what he was saying was correct, but there's another side to that. And he dead. No, I'm saying, man, like high value, part of it is being healthy. You gonna be around?
Yeah.
If you got with a sister and she said, yeah, I got stage 4 cancer, would you be like, oh, this is top-notch sister? You'd be like, hey, we're gonna have to compromise then. You know, I'm gonna need another wife. When you know what I mean? You would say that and not feel any way about it as soon as you said it. You know? So do you look at yourself the same way and say, well, what am I not bringing?
But I'm saying, no, this is my thing, though. This is my thing. I mean, you got more bodies than me. I mean, I just something wrong here. Something wrong.
Think about it this way too, Aki.
Like for real, Chief. You know I mess with you, but this was like I'm just I get the compromise, but that was just, you know.
Aki Al-Qur'an, think about it like this too. Some of those 70 happened at the same time. Some of those 70 was a 2-for-1 special.
No.
Y'all like it. That's true. That's true.
Leave him alone.
She up there skiing.
Okay, but what's the equivalent of that for a man?
That would be, I'm working for 6 different people at the same time, and I don't know what I'm doing with my life. And my parents are just crazy. I got some insanity in my family.
Yeah, but you can stop all of that. You can separate from your family. You can get some training and get one good job. Done. A vagina that has been ran through looks different than one that has not, and it feels different. Come on, fellas.
They say that's a myth, but I know it's not a myth. I know that for a fact.
That's because you know why? Because you're young. That's why. You haven't. Get some cougars.
Keep living.
No. I'm saying, like, I know that is not a myth.
Scared of cougars?
Oh, that's not a myth. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm saying that they try to say like that's a myth, but I know it's not.
Nah.
That's a feminist thing to say now. They say that feminists be saying that nowadays.
Of course they're gonna say it, but if you ain't seen it, you gotta. I know what it looks like different. Like, yeah, it looks different. It feels different. Okay, but what's the male equivalent of basically being ruined?
Your booty hole is gone.
That could be. Okay. That's one of them. If a guy is like kind of, went to Curious Land.
Can't take that back. And a woman could walk down the street and people could be snickering behind your back. Same thing. Got a lot of body.
If he has no
but also, you can't peer bond. She's not going to be that close to you, regardless of what she says. That has been humped out of her. So what's the equivalent for you? Maybe
would you say is that for men, like if you have like 2 to 3 families, children in other places, and losing contact with those people, right?
Maybe in a way, but it's a little different for a man because that may not necessarily affect. The reason you could have 2 or 3 families in different places is because it doesn't affect your daily. If a woman had 2 or 3 children by 2 or 3 different guys, any man interacting with her, you're gonna see it on her body first of all. So you'll get you could have that. I could one person looking at you would not know, right? But if you look at a woman, stretch marks, the vagina looks different, so forth and so you've had some baby, right? There's that aspect, but then also chances are she's taking care of those children in some way. So now you have to interact with someone else's matured sperm. So I think it's a bit different. Y'all are so difficult.
No, it's not.
I saw that,
Zach. But you should think about what the equivalents are, man, because it's not just on the sisters. I'm telling you, we're not as amazing as we like to think that we are. Because some of us, all right, think about when you came into prostitution. You meet a beautiful, fine, gorgeous Muslim or Hebrew woman out of the country. Say, oh, how'd you become a Muslim? It looks like I was always a Muslim. I was born a Muslim. You say, how'd you become Anu? Oh, I was down on my luck. I made a lot of mistakes. And you know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't the same. Y'all are not the same. She's got a value that you don't have. So it's just something to consider. Exactly. Man, come on, man.
That's like when we was talking about when somebody comes in was born into consciousness, and then somebody comes in if I'm getting paid, and then somebody comes in halfway through the work,
right?
And they get the same pay. We just happy that everybody getting paid.
I am. You have to look at it and you have to say okay, all right, boom. A lot of sisters, they want a brother who's righteous, who's following the Lord, but they want him to have those street smarts. Where'd the street smarts come from?
You had to be in the streets.
You had to be in the streets at one point.
Mm-hmm.
So what if you meet a sister like that? And she know how to wheel and deal a little bit. My ex-boyfriend was El Plago. You know what I'm saying? I learned a few things smuggling cocaine in my coupe. But I'm righteous now. Would you turn her down, or would you be like, wow, this sister probably has a lot of game that she could bring to the family?
Hell yeah.
I'm with Akiel Quran on this one.
I mean, she know how to really, work the grip. I mean, I'm with you. I'm like, what you like to work with? If she like one of them female assassins in your family, I might reconsider.
I mean, one of those 70 could be on this screen. I got to deal with that.
Maybe.
But
here's the thing.
El Quran. Sorry.
But where do you value the woman at? See, we was closing out. Now we don't went to a whole another thing. But where do you value that woman? Do you just value her at those physical experiences, or is there something else there?
Well, where did she value herself at when she was going through these 70 pieces?
Oh, she had no morals. She was a moron.
Hey, man. Some things you can't come back from.
Because it's no different than in our past lives, right? You see someone, and if you see 10 past lives and what they have done, what they have been, you see someone today, a year ago as a life ago. You know, a week ago, it's a life ago. People change every day, right? So I try to, every time I see someone that I haven't seen in a while, I don't know that person. It's a complete different person every time you meet someone. Right?
You need to go to the courthouses and try to advocate that for some of them brothers on death row. For stabbing and killing people. Years ago. Yeah. He was a mass murderer.
Yesterday. He was a mass murderer yesterday.
He changed. He changed.
That was 17 hours ago.
Yeah, you just try that over there. Hey, working on me.
I did see a Bible verse related to this, though. Ezekiel is a chapter, Ezekiel 33.
Yeah, touch not the unclean thing. That's what it says.
Right, but the verse was talking about if you were wicked, right? You live in a wicked life, and you're told because of your wickedness you will die, but you turn from your wickedness to righteousness. It's said that you won't be reminded of the wicked things that you did, because you're walking righteously now. And on the flip side, if your righteousness won't save you, your past righteousness won't save you. If you're walking a righteous path and you do something wicked, then you're on the path to death. You know, no one's going to remember all the righteous things you did. And at the end of that analogy, Yah said, and yet people say Yah is not equal.
Well,
you know, but it's sick.
You also have to ask the question, and why is it that a bastard cannot be an Israelite in first generation? That they have to wait 3 to 4 generations. So even though, we'll let you in to work to start on your process, but you can't jump back in on the field.
Right. But it's the righteousness that comes up, because the righteousness is determined by the culture, right?
Well, yeah, but the culture is determined by the God.
Right.
You know, so if your God,
but he gives them the process.
Yeah, right. Yeah, there's still a process, but the fact that there is okay, you have this movement where women in particular are saying, like, I'm a born again virgin.
Born again virgin.
So would there be a process? Because anybody who has to say that, was a party girl. Because somebody who just got a couple bodies, they say, hey, I got a couple bodies. But that's somebody, who's going crazy.
Belong to the streets.
Right. Exactly. They were the streets. They weren't. They used to walk in their face. They was all the like, so and that. But I still say the same thing. What is the equivalent for a man? And I'm not saying that men and women are the same. I'm not. Because if you're the farmer and she's the field has to be kept pure and untainted. Well, what about the farmer?
Same thing. Got to be able to work the land. He got to be able to work the land. So, like, I would say one of them could be like erectile dysfunction, like not being able to get up anymore.
Yeah, you can take exactly. Being impotent, but also not only impotency, but I would also say like not having any seeds.
Infertile.
Yeah, we could say physically infertile, but I'm saying mentally and spiritually infertile. So let's say a dude has been an idiot for like 35 years. Would that be equivalent? Because he probably wouldn't be able to come back. By the time he's 30, he's grown, like there's so many things he was supposed to do as a young man and grow and formulate into. He never did. He's pretty much damaged goods. Even if he says, I'm going to start walking the right path now, there's so many things he still doesn't know how to do. Like I have brothers I know who are living good lives and righteous lives and whatever, but they don't know basics like how to get a credit card. Literally. I got a friend who's 40. No, he's like 42. He just got his first credit card. And it was like a whole long process filling out the application. Because he was like, all right, he was terrified. Because he just not been on point his whole life. Now, we ain't even get into like a lease or a mortgage.
You know what I mean? So maybe that would be the equivalent. A brother who has nothing to provide and give.
But would that be like Morpheus saying, like, we don't wake someone up after a certain age?
Right. To me, that's what I would equate it to. I think because a guy who has no knowledge of self and no seeds to give, his family's a laughing stock.
Mm-hmm.
In the same instance that if your wife is out there crazy, we're laughing at you.
Okay,
So wouldn't she be the seed bearer? Wouldn't she be the one with the seeds instead of him? So wouldn't that be backwards now?
They both have seeds technically, but she only has seed once per month.
No, I mean, like, she was up with all these men, so now all these men have, like, I'm pretty sure a couple of them, you know, inside. So wouldn't she be the one that was coming with the game now instead of him? Because she probably would have learned something.
She might, but here's the thing. I don't know how many, let's say there's 6 of us on here. We all may have something powerful to give you right now as far as instruction. If I say on the count of 3, everybody shouted at you. What are you
Can't hear
well, that's what's going on inside of the mind and the womb of a promiscuous woman. So that's why she looks at all men and says, well, all these men are like this. All men, but she can't distinguish one from another anymore. She doesn't see penis. Too many wieners been up in her mouth and in her pooch. She can't distinguish a good one from a bad one anymore. Because they're all still screaming for supremacy and for position.
I think though that there's still a space for redemption for a man because he can still recreate another family. Even if he goes 35, like after a certain amount of time, he still has time in order to recreate that for redemption. I don't think the same could be said for a female.
I'll say this. Me personally, I have known many women who were once what would be classified as extremely promiscuous, who then became old, got older, and went on to be great mothers. Because one thing about a woman who has really been out there, she usually has a deeper level of wisdom than a woman who hasn't. She understands even the inner workings of a man a lot more than one who has. So there's like a give and take, if you will.
Are we talking, 10 toes down, in the game, or are we talking about, the
We're talking about women who once leased their vaginas and made money from their time in the pregnancy.
Who just?
I'm with that.
But
I mean, I think this goes back to what you said earlier. There's a space for everyone. There's concubines,
right? But we still haven't touched on. I'm not saying this. Redemption is for every. Listen, man, the stuff that I've done is worse than a woman who's given herself up to a lot of people and figured out one day it was wrong. I've done worse stuff than that. You know what I mean? And I don't know how good I'm in. I'm still working. I don't know if I'm in, but I know that I've been redeemed. I've been bought back. I don't know at what level. If like the Most High still looking at me with a side eye,
That boy.
There's always one. So I would say the same thing with the sisters. I'm not saying that they can't be redeemed or anything, but what I'm saying, as we may be looking at them a certain way, what would be the equivalent for a man? Be like,
Some
some
women don't like men that might have been like bullies or beat people up in the past for no reason and been very confrontational, or even that maybe have a history of assassination and stuff. Some women don't like that.
I would take definitely men who've been incarcerated, have a criminal past.
Yeah,
I would say emotionally damaged
That, like,
beyond repair.
that emotionally,
But
yeah, maybe like I think guys who have mother issues still have them when they meet. I think that falls in that category.
I think it makes sense though, because you did say like, we're not bringing them to the highest height. They're just a consorts, which means they, like you said before, some women might not be allowed to be around the ones who are actually making things move, but they can help out with something else. They don't have to be completely exiled.
Absolutely. But it's
so I think
still,
it does make sense.
Totally. But what y'all still not saying, we're gonna get. I want y'all to think about this. What disqualifies you? If you see that good Muslim, that good Hebrew woman, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm a virgin, and I follow the laws, and she's beautiful, skin just popping and glowing, and she's covered up properly, but you could kind of, we men, we can still. Okay, you have a whole drape on, the whole curtain. I see. If you look at the bottom, she's pigeon-toed a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
oh yeah.
You look underneath that long skirt, you see the pigeon toes. But she looks at you and she says, "Oh no, brother. What would that be? That I can't do that."
There's some men that have had experiences with other men, and then they realized that they weren't about that life.
Right, that's one that.
And then women don't like that. Some women are like, they don't know how to deal with that.
Right, that was one that I brought up earlier. Right, if you've had previous experience, it may see you as like being ruined. Like just like you.
So is that why you say like it's better for us to work with what we got here? Because like I've had that experience, that exact one you just talked about, where like the girl was a Muslim, and it didn't work out for me because I was just not.
Well, let me say this.
Far from it.
Let me say this to you. Your situation is completely different because Canadian women, honestly, are much nicer than American women. It's not this.
You guys are just mean. Like you guys are just mean. There's something wrong with you guys.
I agree. I've told brothers hundreds of times, like, yo, if you don't have the money to really travel and go to Canada. I've said 100 times, just go to Canada. Women are much nicer. The people are nice, not women.
Yeah, people are nice.
Yeah, they just have a better disposition and not as insane. So for you, it's a little different.
So wait.
I can't keep a girlfriend in Canada. That's basically what I'm saying. Like you have no.
I can. That's the thing. I can.
Just have it. So yeah. So that's what I'm saying. But I mean, y'all, it's something to think about, man. I don't want to keep it on, but give us some thought.
Can I have one more to that?
Sure, go ahead, brother.
If she looks at you and she's like, "Oh," like even if it's just in the moment, two more things came to mind. One, he's asking her for direction because he has none, and another one is he's in a less stable position than her father.
Okay.
Like he's not beyond her father at this point. So why would I trade down?
But some of those things can be redeemed.
Okay. So
Aki,
you're talking about irredeemables.
Aki Zach, what is your answer to the question?
I'm sure I gave like 3 that were kind of okay, that fit the criteria.
I'm going to concentrate on this. However, I think outside of the one thing that y'all said about, being bi-curious, I don't think there is an equivalent.
Okay. I'll take that, baby. I'll take that. Go ahead, brother.
Because everything else could be fixed. Certain things you can't come back from, like the one y'all said, you ain't coming back from that. However, she can't come back from these 70 dudes that done ran up it.
But she can come back from one girlfriend.
Yeah,
that's true.
Look at y'all.
That's
different.
Not
Now, what we talking? We talking lipstick, or we talking, full blown,
flannel wearing.
If I'm
Right.
missing something,
flannel wearing.
What is she like? I used to have a mohawk. I wore Chuck Taylor All Stars. You know what I'm saying? Cargo shorts. You know,
Looking like Man and Fresh.
One of them.
I mean, I'm going from. I remember a while ago there was a beautiful example you gave of like if the seal is popped on this thing, I don't want it. Like I'm thinking of who's been in there. Now I'm thinking of what would be the equivalent of a man and his seal being popped that he can't. Oh no, he can't redeem that or can't come back from this, and I can't think of an equivalent.
Could that be multiple L's?
I would say women don't care.
Or you got some men
they don't care about God half the time. Mommy issues at an older age, where like the woman is looking and it's like, this is not going to stop until his mother dies. I'm saying, like, I'm not going to be able to extract him out of this crazy.
And I think all of these make soft males, like hyper emotional. All of these things, like you don't got your stuff together, living at home with your mama, or something. They make soft males, but I still don't think any of them are equivalent to somebody putting the pound game on somebody. Like I don't. Somebody can fix that.
Okay.
I can fix
I would
that.
say the other one
how
is
many yoni steam cleans you have done. It ain't fixing it.
I got one. I would say substance abuse.
Yeah.
Like if we can now try and talk to her.
You could be redeemed from that
at this point.
Yeah, well, you know what? I think it's a smart thing. We're gonna ask the sisters. You can leave it in the comments of this video, and when we do our next one, because for all the sisters who watch this like tomorrow or whatever, when we do next Strongs, I want to revisit this again. This is something I've thought about before, so I'm not.
I got one more.
All right, go ahead, Mil.
Pedophilia.
Yeah,
me.
Yeah. I think that's on both sides, though.
Yeah.
So I think that one, I don't know.
What, they cancel each other out?
I think so.
Yeah.
Somebody gotta love them. You know?
That's true.
You know, but imagine that look like, or they got to do the dot, the sex offender thing on the map. It'd be like an explosion. Stay away from. You're like a red zone. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I think it's valuable, man. You could put it in the chat. Yeah, we'll be at the retreat, I guess, the next one, so we can talk about it then. But it is something I've thought about before, because I think sometimes as men, we do skip over some of our deficiencies. And it's just like, man, she got to look like this, and she got to act like this, and that, and that. And they do it to us sometimes too, man. He's got to be 6 foot tall and have 3 bank accounts, each with $100,000 in them. Got to have 11-inch penis and this and that. He got to have swag, but at the same time, he's got to like be working finance at the same. You know what I mean? It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just shut up. Just take, you know what I mean?
Chaos.
I get a little different with that, because I'm just like, I seen some dudes sleeping with it. And it's like, stop. But at the same time, maybe some of those expectations are unrealistic, and maybe some of our expectations are unrealistic, or the perception that we have of ourselves, or what we have that can achieve what we want. I think sometimes that's worth looking at. All right, I'm gonna close this out, man. And this has been interesting. It was beautiful. It went from beautiful to interesting.
But wouldn't these criteria be
middle
important for everyone? I just got one more thought because you got my thoughts straight. You got me thinking. You got me thinking.
Well, your brain
Wouldn't
will
this
work.
also
You came
be
in 3 hours late. God.
Yeah. But wouldn't this be super important for men to consider as well in terms of and for sisters? Like I want to determine I want to be able to determine who I should call brother or who I should call sister. You know, because sometimes we just think about the complementary sex, like what we want in them, but we don't necessarily think about the same gender, like what kind of good qualities would I want in a sister, or what kind of good qualities would I want in a brother, you know, or maybe what may be irredeemable about some of the things that they've got going on.
Yeah, I think sometimes the problem is that we don't want to be honest about the sexual tension that always exists between us and the opposite sex. So, for instance, if Isaiah tells me camera for 10 years and went to jail for 5 years and he's home now and he's getting his life together, we're going to congratulate him. If a sister tells us that, we're not going to allow her to be the treasurer. It's automatically like that's just it, because it's a lot of times there's an underlying sexual tension where it's like we still kind of want her and we're disappointed. It's a subtle sort of thing. So I think sometimes even those cross the line equivalents are not equivalent. The brother who comes into church who was once a gentleman of leisure, is he looked at the same way as a woman who was a woman of the night? Right. We don't want her down there serving the plate. She's dirty. But he know how to dress.
Right.
You see, so it's worth considering when we think about how we look at people, but also recognizing as those of us in North America, like we all came off the plant. Ain't no pretty on the plantation. You got to stop looking at. That's why that movie Sankofa is a good one to look at. When Joe was in love with this image of Mary. Joe was, an enslaved African on the plantation, and he had this beautiful African sister. Was like, "What? I'm not pure enough for you." But all right.
Lala Tov.
Right.
I appreciate this. I want to hear, especially from the sisters.
Yes.
I want to know if I got blind spots.
Yeah. What would be? And the question is, sisters, as some brothers may have issues with women who have a promiscuous past, and that can be a disqualifier or a total turnoff. What would be that thing for you that you would say, "Oh, I just can't get beyond that. I just can't get past that." I have one that I think I know what it might be. I'm just gonna put it out there before we close. I think if a brother was with a woman of another race, in particular a Caucasian, I think some women would not. Yeah, I think women would say, "I don't want to follow behind that."
Like last thing, you mean be with? As in like,
But I'm gonna let the sisters say yay or nay. Let their yay be their yay or their nay be their nay. All right. But yeah, man. So the next time we'll be at the retreat. It'll be the 6th day. And yeah. So, looking forward to that, of course, is always to kick it with the fam and everything. And we gonna have fun, man. And it hasn't been super, super hot. So I think that hopefully it stays that way, man. It's been really beautiful out, but hopefully it will remain that way. But yeah, I look forward to kicking it with y'all. All right. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be back noon Eastern, of course, or when the sun comes out. We're already in the next day. And talking about something. It's gonna be good. Make sure you tune in.
It's gonna be good.
I'll know about 30 minutes before. Don't worry about it. Come together. All right, y'all. Shalom.
All right. Peace, everyone.
Shalom.
Have no words to say. Play your melodies.
This piece is actually an accompaniment of the piece that was shown on the screen, the digitized Elohim piece. And I was actually just going to recreate the same piece on canvas, but then this happened, right? So it still means the same thing, or it meant it in the beginning. And you can see the word Elohim at the first point, and it evolved in a couple of ways. First, it was just going to be a reproduction of what was on the screen, and then I was going to spell the word over and over again and just color the canvas. But what emerged was multiple symbols that we can see in calligraphy and in people's handwriting, and it sort of evolved from there. Different shapes kept repeating themselves, new shapes kept emerging. I tried to utilize the shapes that were already there to make more unique shapes.
Have